The delay, looks like they got the technical issues resolved. So with that, I'm going to call to order the City of West Palm Beach Special Magistrate hearing. It's 9:16, so we can begin. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the Special Magistrate for this morning's hearing. First thing I'm going to do is, if you're here for a code enforcement matter, if you can stand if you're able and raise your right hand. That includes all city staff. I'm going to swear you all in at once. So everybody stand up and put your right hands in the air. You, sir, with the orange shirt. Sir, are you going to be speaking? Are you here for code? Yes. Raise your right hand for me, please. Thank you. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. A little bit about process. When you hear your case called, city staff will come to the podium that is on your right side. You will come to the podium that is on your left side. The city will go first. They will present their case, show me any documents that they wish me to enter into the record, which will be on the screens behind me on both sides. They'll call any witnesses that they intend to call. Once the city is finished with its presentation, it'll be your turn to present anything you would like me to see that you've brought with you. Tell me anything you'd like me to hear about your case. You can cross-examine any witnesses that the city has put on. Once I've heard from both sides, I'll make a final ruling, and you'll get a copy of an order that reflects that ruling after today's hearing. So keep in mind that all of your testimony is given under oath this morning. And with that, I'll turn it to the city to call its first case.
First case number 5800 Tuscaloosa Street, CEBLD 26010895. Number 5800 Tuscaloosa Street.
Good morning, I'm Kevin Pennington, Building Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. The code case number is CEBLD 26010895. The address where the violation occurred is 800 Tuscaloosa Street. The violation I observed was window modification, new air conditioners, fence, and shed. I issued the violation and posted the stop work order on the property January 12, 2026. The notice of violation was mailed via certified mail and regular mail on April 13th, 2026. It was posted on the property on April 13th, 2026. It was posted at City Hall on April 14th, 2026. The certified mail was, a notice was left on the property on April 20th, 2026. To support my observations of the violation are new stucco work around the window replacement, modifications, new mini-split air conditioners, a shed, and a fence. The photos being shown truthfully and accurately depict the alleged violation and reflect what I'm testifying to. Permits and inspections are required for the work I observed and for the displayed in the photos shown. A permit has been applied for, a permit has been issued, some inspections have been performed. Included in my file is a copy of the notice of violation and the affidavit of posting. I've had contact with the owner and intends to complete the permits and all inspections. City recommends 90 days to comply and $50 per day fine after that. The time to bring the alleged violations into compliance is a reasonable amount of time, and submitting as evidence a copy of the case file included all documents relied upon.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right, and is the respondent present? Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
I didn't understand.
What's your name? Let's start with your name
Jacob
first.
Nagar.
All right, and your relation to the LLC?
I'm one of the owners.
You're one of the owners, okay. So what he's telling me is what I heard, and let me have him clarify. They applied for the permits have been issued, all that's left is the remaining inspections, is that correct?
There's multiple permits. The one remaining is for the window and the modifications.
Okay, so not all permits have been issued?
No, not all.
Okay. Has that permit been applied for?
None of as yet.
Okay.
It's in process to be applied for.
Okay. All right, so he's saying that you have some permits, you don't have other permits, and you need inspections on everything.
Yeah, she filed, the general contractor filed for the windows online. That's what she indicated to me this morning. And we need an extension. I understand that that's the understanding that for 90 days, and we will perform that within that time.
Okay, 90 days should be more than enough time. You're in agreement with that?
We want it as soon as possible.
Okay. All right, sir, do you have any objection to the documents that you've seen on the screen being entered into the record?
No.
Okay. Anything else you'd like me to hear?
No, I just heard that something like $50 something.
So what they're asking me to give you is 90 days to comply, and then if you do not comply, which means have the permits issued and have the inspections completed, then a $50 a day fine will start on day 91. But you shouldn't have to get there, so make sure you get it done within that time, okay?
Absolutely. Appreciate that.
All right, anything further from the city?
Nope.
All right, in case CEBLD 260-10895, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in that case file, which included an affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the inspector as well as the photographs in the case file that the respondent's in violation of sections 110.3 and 105.1 of the Florida Building Code, and I'll require respondent to comply with both of those sections within 90 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 4, 939 34th Street, CE 260-35129. Number 4, 939 34th Street. Do we have someone signed in for 939 34th?
Yeah, she's making her way.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Neil Maharaj, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. Case number is CE 2603-5129 to the property of 939 34th Street, issued on March 27th, 2026, to the owner, Marshall Fred and Dolores J. I conducted a reinspection of the property as of yesterday, May 5th, and as a result, the following violations remain not in compliance. 94-302-A-4 for the fence wall maintenance requiring paint at the front of the property. 94-442-C-1 landscape areas must be grass, referring to the front lawn. And 94-442-E landscaping swales and parkways for the grass sod in the swale area. Certified mail was successfully delivered on April 13th, 2026. The NOV was posted at City Hall on April 14th, 2026, with the affidavit of posting notarized into case files. I was unable to post the NOV, the notice of violation, at the property. A reinspection of the property was conducted prior to special magistrate hearing today, and I observed that the trash containers are no longer in public view. The sand debris from the sidewalk has come into compliance, and the outstanding violations are for the missing grass sod in the front lawn and this parkway area, as well for missing paint along the concrete wall fence along the front of the property. I met with Dolores here today, and we agreed that 120 days would be enough time to come into compliance. She did express to me that she is facing hardship, so we're going to get with her to resolve these matters. So the city is requesting 120 days to comply, or a $50 fine per day.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
And so you said you were not able to post, you posted the notice of hearing, but not the notice of violation, or?
I was able to post the notice of violation at City Hall and also get certified mail delivered, but when I went to post the violation at the property, I was told by a gentleman that I wasn't allowed onto the property. I did explain that to Dolores, and she explained it might have been her grandson.
All right, so your affidavit is for posting at town hall?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, your name, ma'am?
I would agree with what he said by giving me the extension of 120 days.
All right, just tell me your name.
Dolores Marshall.
Okay, so you're in agreement with the 120 days? You can get it done by that time?
Yeah, with some help.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any objection to the documents that are on the screen being entered?
No,
Okay, anything else you'd like me to hear?
that I'm having difficulties in trying to do things that I need to get done.
Okay. And you'll just keep in touch with the code officer throughout the process, so if something happens that he needs to be aware of, just make sure he's aware, okay?
Yes.
All right, anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in case CE 26035129, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the USPS delivery confirmation for the certified mail that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-442E, 94-302A4, and 94-442C1. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those sections within 120 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter. Best of luck to you, ma'am, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case number 25-1369 7th Street, CE 26045173, number 25-1369 7th Street.
Good morning, Code Officer Kay Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While patrolling in my area, I observed violations at 1369 7th Street. I took photos of the violations, which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on April the 7th of 2026, citing multiple violations. The remaining violation is 94-442-E, landscaping of swells and parkways. There's still some areas that need to be filled in and completed there. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on April the 8th of 2026. Certified and regular mail was sent on April the 18th of 2026 to the mailing address listed on the property appraisers. Certified mail was signed for. I revisited the property on May the 4th and observed the property still in violation of the one violation previously listed. I have spoken with the property owners on several occasions who have complied most of the violations except the one that's remaining. The city is requesting an additional 30 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Officer Weaver. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos that are being pulled up and the testimony into evidence.
No, just go to the F drive, click on my photo with my name. You see Kay Weaver? Kay Weaver.
Pero eso del sol ya está hecho. So we gotta do is just,
Look at the pictures.
que no necesitamos 30 días ya.
You see it, Kevin? You found it? Oh, okay, I thought you found it. Get over la foto. In the F drive under my name, Kay Weaver. If you open it, you'll see all the addresses for each case.
Pero te pedí la foto del suelo.
Este es el más reciente. This one. And this one. This is the más reciente.
All right, give them just a minute to try to get the files. Looks like it was working very well, and now it's not. What are your names while they're trying to work on that?
Oscar Lanza and Jessica Betancourt.
All right.
Okay, I don't know what to do.
You don't by chance have your paper file? No.
Not of pictures.
Not
no.
of pictures. Okay.
No. And those are the old pictures there. Well, like I said, the only thing is the parkway right in front of the yard. They put some siding on one area. It's just a couple of areas where it just needs to finish filling in and everything. That's hence the 30 days. But other than that, everything else was done.
We put fresh sod in front of the area and I have pictures of it if you want to take a look at it.
You did recently, like yesterday or today?
Yeah,
Yesterday.
yesterday.
When were you out there last?
May 4th.
May 4th. Okay. So you have photographs with you?
Yes.
Will you show them to Miss Weaver?
I'll
Show
still
'em.
have to go out, hence the 30 days.
Yep. Just go ahead and show it since he brought it with him, and then she'll need to go out and do a reinspection.
Like I said, until I go out there and then the agent, but I see this, and like I said, I don't know when it was taken or what, but I see pictures, but like I said,
We have picture before and after,
Okay.
so we have proof of everything. So.
Because she wants to see the whole sod to grow into the swell, but we put new sod in pretty much in the whole front yard of the house.
Okay. So what I'll likely do is, as soon as I can review the documents to make sure that we can proceed with the hearing, I'll likely give you time, and you're going to show me that you've done it, but she's going to need to come do a reinspection and just confirm that you're in full compliance. But I'm going to give you plenty of time.
I mean, as far as we know, we should be in full compliance because
Well,
Consider it.
right, but the notice of violation required you to comply by a certain date. So if you did it yesterday, you wouldn't be on today's agenda if you had complied by the date.
I mean, we had put the new sod in before
Right.
the date,
That
but
date, yeah.
the last pieces that we talked with her, we added to it.
Okay.
Yeah, because we thought what we put before was enough, but she wanted more.
Yeah,
Okay.
I had the picture of the before. She was talking about this part. That's why she maybe asked for 30 days. But we put more salt to look more clean and cut the edges. But we have email with her what she responded about that.
All right, it looks like we're back
See
in
stuff,
business
these are
here.
the new, when I went out there, this is what I saw on that date. Like I said, I'm not saying you haven't done anything since then, but on the day of my reinspection, matching the compliance date that was on your original notice, that's what I saw. And that's why, like I said, I gave additional 30 days to make sure everything melds and gels
I
and
have the
everything.
email, what she asking. Let me see.
The thing is like, I don't think we need the extra 30 days. I mean, we put the new sod in and we're gonna have landscapers take care of all of it, so we just don't wanna come up here for another 30 days and
You won't come back to another hearing. All you'll do is call for an inspection, and she'll come out to your property and verify that you're in compliance, verify whether or not you're in compliance. So you won't have to come back to another hearing. All right, so that's the signed certified mail. So your notice of violation required them to comply by what date?
I can look on here and see, the compliance date was April the 30th.
Okay, and you did a reinspection on 5/4, and it was not in full compliance?
It wasn't, right, it was just that, the area that I'm talking about, everything else was completed.
All right, do you want to give her the photographs that you brought? Do you want those entered?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and give those to Ms. Weaver, and she'll show them to the city attorney before I take a look at them. Any objection to that photograph?
No objection.
All right, so your testimony is that this was taken yesterday?
yes.
Okay. But yesterday was 5/5. All right, do you have any objection to the documents that you've seen scrolling on the screen being entered into the record?
No.
All right, anything else you'd like me to hear?
Nope.
All right, Ms. Weaver, do they need to call and ask you for a reinspection after the hearing?
Call or email, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so after this hearing, call or send her an email asking for a reinspection.
Okay.
So she can come verify that what you've done is in full compliance, okay?
All right.
All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 26045173, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll enter respondent's exhibit, which I've marked with the case number and the date of the photograph that's testified to as R2 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include a signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code officer as well as the photographs in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 94-442E, and I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues. So again, no fine starts until day 31. So call her or email her today or tomorrow and have her come out and do a reinspection, and hopefully she'll comply you out, okay?
All right, thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, number 13, 715 57th Street, CE 26045155. Number 13, 715 57th Street.
Good morning, Don Williams, Code Enforcement. Special Magistrate, we have two cases with the same property. We separated the violations based on, the first case here is these abatable violations by the city, which can send a contractor to abate these violations. 715 57th Street was a result of a complaint from a neighbor. I cited the property April 2nd, 26. Certified mail, regular mail sent out April 9th of 26. Property posted the 3rd of April. During my inspection, the following violations was observed. 9471C, outdoor storage. 18106B, overgrowth. 18106A, trash and debris. Cited for 18217C for an abatement. And 18-217B for health and safety reasons. Contact was made with the owner of the property. He is here today, Mr. Alvarez. My recommendation is 30 days to comply these violations or a fine of $50 per day.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate of the City would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
Are you asking for abatement today or no?
No, I'm not asking for today. Because he's working on it. Abatement is part of the violation, but he's working on the violation, so I'm just going to have it 30 days, and if it's not compliant in the 30 days, then the abatement can take place.
Oh, so you are asking for abatement?
Yes, it'll be part of the order, yes.
And what violations constitute a health, safety, welfare?
The overgrowth itself and the trash debris, you have vermin, according to the neighbor, coming from the property.
There's vermin, is that what you said?
Well, yes, that's what the neighbor indicated to me, yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, your name, sir?
Jose Miguel Alvarez.
All right. So you've heard what the city is saying. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You're working on getting it?
I'm working on cleaning the place up, yeah. And my neighbor, he's always fighting me, so I don't have anything to say about that, but he's always fighting me and telling me things. But yeah, I'm working on my property, yeah. I'm cleaning it up.
Okay. Is this a single family house?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just two people.
Okay. And you understand what the city is asking me? They're asking me to give you 30 days, and if you don't get it cleaned up, the
Yes,
city's going to come in, and then they're going to clean it up, and then they're going to assess you for whatever it costs them to clean it up.
I already started it, so I already cleaned it up. So I need to clean up a little bit more.
Okay, and you're cutting the bushes, and you're removing all of the...
I already did that, yeah. And I'm still working on it, yes.
All right. And then I guess I just need to see the notice documents. I apologize if I missed them. All right, posting affidavit. All right, that gets it. Anything further you'd like me to hear, sir?
No.
All right, do you have any objection to the documents that
No, I
you've seen
don't.
on the screen being entered?
No, I don't.
No, okay. All right, anything further from the city?
Nope, that's it.
All right, in case CE 26045155, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting for today's hearing, that the city had good service. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 9471C, 18106B, 18106K, 18106A, 18217C, and 18217. Based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer, those violations amount to health, safety, welfare violations. So what I'll do is require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days. In the event that you do not comply, I'll authorize the city to abate the violations. And I will also impose a $50 per day fine in the event of non-compliance. So get it taken care of and make sure you are in touch with him so you can call him when it's all done so he can come do a reinspection, okay?
Thank you. Sure. Thank you.
And for the other case, number 14, same address, 715 57th CE 26034989.
Again, Don Williams, Code Enforcement, 715 57th Street, cited March 2nd of 26. Certified mail, regular mail sent out March 27 of 26. The property posted March 3rd of 26. Contact was, like I said, made with the owner. He's here today. During my inspection, the following code sections was observed, and I actually violated for these sections. 18105B, roof repair, 94302A4, fence repair, 78-6, address characters, and 18103J, exterior paint. Recommendation is 60 days to comply these violations, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter that.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including photos and testimony as evidence.
So with the violations, 18105B, the roof has the tarp on it. You'll see a blue tarp in some of those pictures. And the 94302A4 fence, you'll see the fence leaning somewhere in those pictures. And address.
That's not that, right? Oh, back there?
Yes.
That's the tarp. Okay.
There's just debris and stuff, overgrowth, and there's trash and stuff in there.
Is that part of the prior case, right?
Yes, there's more pictures. Yeah, I took that off. You should see a fence.
I took that off.
It's a labor fence. That's the roof repair that we need, more roof and paint.
Paint that.
A little dark picture. There's the fence. Address characters will be the front, where the posting is. You can't see the property, the front door. There's numbers on the mailbox, but you can't see the front. Like I say, the front of the property, the door. So the address characters need to be on the property itself.
I got rid of that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, sir, you think you can get these violations complied in 60 days?
Yes, I'll try to
Okay.
clean it up, yeah.
What, on the roof, he needs permits for that?
He probably will. I don't know the extent of the roof repair. I just saw the blue tarp and some stuff on top, so it did indicate that it needs some roof repair.
Do you have a leak?
I have a small leak, so I need to find it, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. I already got rid of that tarp, and I'll fix it myself. I'm a handy guy, so I'll fix it myself. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is it a large repair or something?
No,
You might want to check with the city, make sure you don't need a permit for that.
Yeah, make sure you call the city, because you don't want to be doing work on the roof. I mean, that's a pretty big tarp, so.
Okay, no.
If you need permits, I'm willing to give you time. I just want to make sure that you do it correctly. And if it's a serious problem, you need to probably get a contractor.
Especially, go ahead and give them 90 days.
All right, that's
90
what I was
days?
thinking too,
Give
yeah.
them 90 days.
I'm gonna give you a little bit more
Thank you.
time. Yeah,
Appreciate
but
it.
don't
Thank you.
do work without permits, because then you're gonna be in trouble for something else. So
Okay.
make sure you do it right, and call him if you need to speak with somebody at the city about what the extent of the repairs is and whether you need a permit or not. I would recommend that you call the city and talk to, what is that, the building department?
Yes,
Yeah,
building.
so call the building department and talk
Thank
to
you.
them. The paint should be pretty easy, right? The numbering standards, you know what that is? You need to put numbers on the front of your house.
Oh,
the
I
address
already
characters.
put the numbers on front of the house, yeah.
Okay. All right, and the fence, you understand what you need to do to fix that?
I'm just gonna, yeah, I'll repaint it. No, that's,
And it's leaning, right? He's got to
Yes.
make it, and there's some
Repair,
slats missing.
stand it up, or you replace it or repair it, either way.
Does he need permits for the fence?
Well, depending on what he does with it,
gonna-
he replace majority of it, then he needs a permit.
All right, so he's saying you can do minor repairs with no permit, but if you're
Move the
replacing the entire
4x4s, he's gonna
thing, you need to
definitely have to need a
get,
permit.
okay.
it's how much?
If you move the 4x4s, he definitely needs a permit. The posts.
The post. So if you remove the post, you definitely need a permit for that.
Just
Okay.
replacing sections, he's probably okay.
Okay. All right, just the notice, the posting affidavit, if you could, I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay. Sir, do you have any objection to the documents
No, I
being
don't.
entered?
No.
All right, anything else you'd like me to hear?
No.
All right, anything further from the city?
That's it, thanks.
All right, in case CE 2603-4989, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 18105B, 18103B, 94302A4, 78-6, 18103J, 18106G, and 18105J. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 90 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue. So you have 90 days. The fine won't start
Thank you.
till day 91. If something happens and you need him to be aware of something that's happened, make sure you communicate with the code officer,
Yeah,
okay?
Thank you, sure.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Next case, number 23345 Georgia Avenue, CE 26035023. Number 23345 Georgia Avenue.
The owner of the property showed up, signed in, and then ended up leaving due to language barriers. So we spoke and came to an agreement.
Okay.
Good morning, Raphael Forrester, West Palm Beach. Code compliance. This property was cited on 3/11/26 and posted on 3/12/26. Service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail on 3/30/26. I have been in contact with the owner of the property. This property was cited for several violations. 94302A4, fence repair. I observed that the fence was not properly crimped at the top. 94442C1, landscaping areas. I observed areas in the front yard where the landscaping has gravel, rocks being used for parking. 94487B, 7, restricted vehicle. I observed a small trailer stored on the property in the driveway. 9471C, outdoor storage. I observed building materials in public view and wedged within the trees. All photos accurately and truthfully depict the violation when observed. As of May 1st, 2026, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 30 days to achieve compliance. I believe 30 days is enough time to correct the violation. If they don't come into compliance, then the city is asking for $100 a day till compliance is achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate of the City would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right, so the fence, you said it's the top of the chain link fence?
Yeah,
that's
top of the
issue?
fence is going over, it needs to be crimped down over the top bar.
Okay. And outdoor storage is pretty clear. That seems to be prevalent. The restricted vehicle is the trailer?
It had two. One was removed, but the small trailer is restricted, and they have no place to put it behind the setback, so it has to be removed.
It was like a white or yellow enclosed trailer. That's what we're talking about?
Mhm.
Okay. And the landscape areas is?
The
There?
parkway and the actual front yard
Okay.
where the truck is parked.
Oh, that needs to be grass too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you talked to the people, they were here
Yeah,
at
they
the
said
beginning
that,
of the hearing, and they were in agreement with the 30 days?
yes, and they said they started working on some of the stuff, so we'll schedule an inspection and see where they're at.
Okay. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, for the record, the respondent was here but is no longer present. In case CE 26035023, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite 1, Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. Can I see the posting affidavit? All right, and you got signed certified mail. All right, perfect, thank you. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include both an affidavit of posting as well as signed certified mail, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code officer as well as the photographs in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 94302A4, 9471C, 94487B6, and 94442C1. I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Next case number 21-1483 North Mangonia Drive, CE 26035049. Number 21-1483 North Mangonia Drive.
Good morning. Code Officer Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While patrolling in my zone, I observed several violations at 1483 North Mangonia Drive. I took photos of the violations, which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on February the 20th of 26, citing multiple violations. The remaining violations are 18-106A, cleaning sanitary, removing all trash and debris that's remaining in the swell area. 78-6, address characters need to be posted on the front of the structure of the property. 78-94-C, swells and parkways. Sod needs to be filled in, a place in the dead and the bare areas of the swell and the parkway, and then to remove the trash and debris, trim and remove. There's some concrete domes type things that need to be removed from the swell area. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on March the 17th of 2026. Certified and regular mail was sent on April the 2nd of 2026 to the mailing address listed on property appraisers. Certified mail was signed for. I revisited the property on May 4th of 2026 and observed the property still in violation of the violations previously listed. I have not spoken to the property owners, and most of the violations have been complied, but 3 remain at this time. The city is requesting an additional 30 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And the numbers, the house numbers, it looks like they were on a post.
They're on a
That's
post. It needs
not
to be
allowed. It
on
needs
the
to be on the
structure.
house?
Yes,
Okay. And then a photo of the swale.
Should be in the current reinspection photo. That's the old, there should be some current photos. Those are the old photos, initial, I need the current ones. That's the initial, yeah. We need the reinspection photos from the 4th. that's still the same photos. Should have May 4th. Okay. This is the current ones here.
So is that what you're talking about there, right along the roadway?
Yes, ma'am, it's some more, that's the, but pretty much keep going, Monique. From that end and then on the other
Okay.
end, there's more, yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Your name, sir?
My name is Felipe Jefford.
You're Felipe?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So you've heard what the code officer is saying. It sounds like you complied a bunch of things, but you have a few things left to do. Do you understand what you need to do to come into compliance?
Yes, I must done everything, you know, like all the stuff, you know, I remove everything I supposed to be removed, you know, just put the grass back on the property, you know.
But what she's telling me is that you have a few more things you need to do. Do you understand that?
No, she don't. Yeah, I don't know exactly what is that.
Okay, so can you explain to him what's still outstanding?
Look at the, turn around, look at the picture. I don't know if you can see better from there. The pictures that are there, you see the swell area, you see the trash, and a lot of the swell area needs grass. Those, go up, Monique, slowly. Go up some more. See those dome things, concrete that you have in the swell area? Those need to be removed, taken up. Keep going, Monique. Keep going. See all of that? Grass.
Oh.
Yes, grass across the whole swell.
You know, that's the tree over there, the big tree, you know, all the leaves just going there. Even I put grass on there, you know, it's still not catch, you know. I do that before. You know, that's not my fault. That's the city supposed to be.
Well, the city requires the homeowner, the property owner.
That's across the big tree there, you know, they leave, all the leaves just going there, you know. I just clean, you know, that's not, you know, I don't know how I can take care of that.
And then the address characters here, you see you got it on the pole, it needs to be on the structure, front of the house. The 1483.
Yeah.
Put it on the house.
Oh, and the sign?
On the house, the numbers, yes.
So you need to take the numbers off. You see the numbers are on that post there?
Yes.
You need to take it off the post and put it on the side of the house.
Oh, okay, just take it off.
You can see those pictures a little better. They're a little closer. But.
Look behind you, sir. There's bigger photos behind you.
Yes.
Yes, those show better. But you see where it's on the pole needs to be. See where that arrow is moving? Put it somewhere on the structure.
On the yellow part of the house or the white part of the house.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And get the concrete debris out of the swale and put some grass down in the swale, okay?
Okay.
All right, do you have any objection to the documents that you've seen on the screen being entered?
No.
All right, do you have anything else you'd like me to hear?
No.
All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 26035049, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting and a signed certified mail, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. Based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer, I'll find respondent in violation of sections 18106A, 78-6, and 7894C, and I'll require respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter. So get those few things done, and then call her to come do a reinspection so that you have compliance within 30 days, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Number 8, 628 56th Street, CE 26035056. Number 8, 628 56th Street.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tony Apicella, Code Officer for City of West Palm Beach. This is case number CE 26035056. Address located at 628 56th Street. I was assigned this property to investigate this property due to a complaint that was received. There were several violations that were issued, but the remaining violations are 22-441 rental license and 22-32A certificate of use. Issued an NOV on 3/17/26. The NOV identifies violations, my contact information, and the date, time, and location of this hearing. The property was posted on 3/19/26. Certified mail was sent on 4/9/26. The certified mail was returned on 4/18/26. However, we did receive a hand-delivered letter from the management company on 4/15/2026.
I'm sorry, what date? April 15th?
That's the date of the letter. So, there was communication. Obviously, the gentleman is here. On 5/4/26, I verified via records check that the rental license was applied for, and it is a pending inspections to be finalized. City is requesting 60 days to comply. If not complied, a one-time fee to start after the 60 days is $250 for 22-441 and $100 a day fine for 22-32A. I do believe that this time frame is adequate for compliance to be achieved.
And what was the fine on 2232A? 100?
I'm sorry?
$100 a day fine for 2232A? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
And no certificate of use has been applied for?
Yes, it's part of the
Part of
rental
the BTR,
license.
okay.
Right, so
So it's
the
in
rental
process.
license is the $250 one time, and the COU is the $100 a day.
But both of them are in process? They've
Both of
made
them are
application?
in process, yes.
Okay. Your name, sir?
Christopher Saya,
And what's your relation to the trust?
indirect owner.
Okay.
May I ask questions?
Yes.
What day was the rental license applied for?
Off the top of my head, I don't have it, but it should be in the case file. As I said, that I already testified that I checked on May 4th, and it is in the system.
What kind of property is this?
I'm sorry?
Is it a residential property?
Yeah,
It's a
single-family rental.
property, yes.
Single family rental, okay. Just bear with the city for 1 second. Let's see if we can get the paperwork up in front of you so you can review that. The first one, 628.
Since we're having an issue, and I do have the
Okay.
I also apologize for my dress code.
No problem, sir.
I
Don't-
believe decorum is proper. I simply didn't know. I thought it was tomorrow. He called me this morning.
So you came racing over?
I came racing over.
No,
I was at the
worries
gym.
at all.
I really do apologize
No
for my
worries at all,
decorum.
sir.
While they're
those have all-
looking,
those-
let me.
those have all been complied.
Yeah, while they're looking, my argument is going to be simply that as soon as I found out, this is April 15th, we immediately applied for the rental license and immediately called for the inspection. Unfortunately, there's a new system in place in which you don't call the actual code enforcement person who's on that property, but some general person. I'm not sure who it is, but Tony, Mr., what's your last name, sir?
Episode, Tony's fine.
I apologize for calling him by first name, but Tony agrees with me that there's another person you call for the inspection that then calls him. I don't know where the breakdown was with the city, but I called for immediately. Our properties are kept in good condition. It could have been inspected at any time. And so the only thing I'm asking for you to do is not the penalty, if that's the right word, but ask for a continuance for 30 days, and then we'll have the hearing, because we'll have the license by then, because our properties are in good condition. It's just that the city didn't do the inspection, and Tony didn't call me, and I didn't know anything about it. So I'm not disagreeing with anything that the city has said, that we got notice on the 15th. I know he said some days in March, but on the 15th we received the notice, and we immediately gave notice to the tenant to do what they needed to do. We went and did it ourselves, some of the work. So within 2 days of receiving we received the notice, I'm not saying what was sent, but when we received the notice, everything was done except for the rental license, and that was done, that we applied for it, paid the fees, and we're just waiting for the city to come and inspect. And so I would prefer not to have a judgment, even though it might be a delayed judgment with 60 days and no penalty, but I prefer to have a continuance so there's no judgment at all.
Well, what you're asking me for on the 22-441,
yeah, everything's been complied except for the rental license that we actually applied for. It's just waiting for the city to do what it has to do.
yeah, let me ask the code officer. So 22-441, you're asking for compliance within 60 days. If they don't comply within 60 days, a one-time fine.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that correct? So
Yes,
there would
ma'am.
be there would be no fine if they comply within 60 days.
Correct.
We fully understand that. There's a slight difference, in my mind, it's an important difference of a continuance that.
Well, that's the same thing. I'm giving you 60 days to comply, so I'm giving you time to comply. It's not.
I appreciate that. I'm sure we will have complied within 30 days. I'm sure we'll comply as soon as the city does an inspection. I just don't want a piece of paper that's a judgment said that we did something wrong when we did everything we were supposed to do.
Well, but that's a different argument. You didn't. So let's pull up the notice of violation. When did the notice of violation require compliance by?
Right there, ma'am. April 24th.
And that's why I asked for the city to say what time we applied for the rental license.
It was just up there.
I'm sorry?
Can I ask a question? How
Yeah, go
long
ahead.
has the property been rented?
Probably about a year and a half, 2 years. We own a lot of properties in the
Okay,
city.
so-
Your Honor, I'm not sure if Your Honor is the right proper word for magistrate, but Your Honor,
Magistrate's
we have
fine,
lots
yeah.
of rental licenses. We are not people that flaunt the city's laws. We just somehow this slipped through. Matter of fact, I was telling Tony, I had 2 rental licenses on one property. It was an error by the city that they applied it the wrong way. For like 3 years, I was paying for double licenses. We don't flaunt the law. We believe it's proper to do it. This just slipped through the cracks. And as soon as we became aware of it, we immediately took care of things.
Can you scroll up on that? That's dated what? That's dated March 17th. So you had a month and a few days, a month and a week. So you had 5 weeks to comply. The property was posted on what date?
On the 19th.
So your tenant got the posting, but they didn't tell you about it.
Yeah, it didn't tell us about it, but as soon as we found out about it, we immediately told the tenants to how to comply, because it was their stuff that's there, of course, and we also copied the code enforcement. Not that we're not trying to shirk anything or go away. We told the code enforcement guy what we were doing, how we were doing it, when we were doing it. So he has a notice from us telling a copy of the notice to the tenant.
Right. If he's saying that he requested an inspection on the 15th, why hasn't there been an inspection done as of today?
You know, the way the system is set up at this point, it's assigned to, we have one officer that is assigned to doing these. So I just found out about it basically on the 4th that the license is to the stage of inspections.
Okay.
But I can't just go knock on the door. I have to be in contact with the owner to make arrangements with the tenant, because I have to gain entry in order to do the inspection, interior.
Yeah, so the internal system of the cities is what caused this to happen.
Well, but really what caused the delay is your tenant not notifying you that you had a violation. So you had a month go by that was not the city's fault, that was your tenant's fault.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
So all I'm saying is give me a continuance for 30 days, and I'll be happy to agree to a zero after
Well,
that.
continuance, what's the reason for a continuance? There's
A continuance, then there would not be any finding by you or judgment by
But a
you.
continuance means that I don't find you in violation today, that the matter gets reset for a future hearing date. That's not what I'm going to do. I have evidence here that you're in violation, so there's no reason for me to continue the matter. What I'm here to do today is to give you time to comply with the case, not to continue the matter. You're here. It's not like you're in the hospital and you couldn't appear today.
No, of course not.
And you actually need a continuance. You're physically here, so.
But, okay, I mean, if that's your decision, that's your decision. But my argument, again, is if the city had inspected it, we wouldn't be here, and there wouldn't be a piece of paper saying that this entity was in violation.
Well, but I just want you to understand what the notice of violation is. The document that specifies when you have to comply. That document said you needed to comply before April 24th. Is that correct? Can you pull up that notice of violation again?
I may have done everything I may have done everything I had to do by April 24th. That's why I've asked the city, now 3 times I've asked for that information. When did I apply for that rental license?
Yeah, April 24th. And there was a document in here, code enforcement officer, that specified when the inspection was requested. Is that on here somewhere?
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Is there a document in this case file that shows when he made a request for inspection?
No, it's the
No,
same.
there would not be.
My testimony is only that it's the same day that I applied for the rental license, because they showed me the thing, I immediately dialed the phone number.
It should be in there. It's in the case file. Your Honor, my standpoint is if the property has been rented for a year and a half.
Or more.
Or more.
Yeah, or more. I'm not, yeah.
No, I don't discount that, but
for the inspection.
I do have an issue. I mean, what he's saying is not inaccurate, that if he made a request to the city on April 15th, which is before the date of compliance, and the city has not done an inspection, that's not his problem.
Does he have documentation to show that he made this request?
He's given me sworn testimony under oth this morning that that's when he made it.
I'm not aware of it. It does say on the bottom of the notice violation that he needs to contact me. And my contact information is on the notice of violation.
If we could pull up the rental application, there's a different phone number.
Your Honor.
I like the old system. You have to call the guy directly. That's not what I was told.
But that's not what you were told.
Not what I was told, and you heard testimony from himself that there's some.
Go ahead, sir.
Kevin Levine, City of West Palm Beach Court Supervisor. Mr. Sayre knows very well that before he rents a property, that he needs to obtain a rental license. I have dealt with Mr. Sayre over the years. I've cited several of his properties in the same vicinity. We went through the inspection. So for him to come in here this morning and say that it's been rented over a year, he knew that he needed to get a rental license prior to renting this property.
I don't disagree. I agreed it slipped through the cracks, and I've stated that already. That nothing he's saying is not what I said already.
Your Honor, just to clarify, there's not only one inspection. It goes through planning and zoning. There's an initial inspection. Occasionally, they'll assign a fire inspection, and then code enforcement. So the license, as you can see there, is put on hold, and it's pending the inspections. But prior to that, I believe that it should be in the case file that I looked up when I initially received this complaint and was assigned this. I looked it up just as a matter of standard operating procedure to see if there was a license, a rental license for that property, and there wasn't. So the license did not expire. It had never been applied for.
No, I'm confused. You're suggesting I have not applied for the license yet?
At the start of the case.
In a year and a half.
Oh, no, I haven't. I acknowledge that. This is not, we keep saying the same thing. I acknowledge that. And I believe it's whatever I bought the property. I mean, within a month we were renting it. And that, of course, I'm acknowledging that's wrong. But then once I got the question here is, I have a notice, did I comply? I thought the best I could. And now I'm asking for simply a 30-day extension so the city can go, a 30-day continuance so the city can go, inspect.
Well, you're going to get that anyways. You're going to get time to comply. So I think we're saying the same thing. You're just using different words.
Yeah, exactly.
At the end of the day, there won't be a fine. Assuming that you get your required inspections done within 60 days, there won't be any fines. So we're saying the same thing. You're just saying it differently than I'm saying it. Do you have any objection to the documents that you've seen on the screen being entered into the record, sir?
Special Magistrate, I'd like to add. Richard Pazmino, Supervisor.
I wasn't looking at it, but I'm sure they're fine.
Okay.
I pulled it up in eGov Plus. The rental license was applied April 15th, 2026. Zoning didn't pass it until May 4th, 2026. So we wouldn't have inspected it without that approval.
And that explains why it wasn't inspected.
So
But I did comply.
yeah,
April 15th.
applying doesn't mean you have a rental license.
No, of course
And
not.
we would never inspect it before zoning.
Okay.
So zoning didn't even do that until May 4th. So we'd like it to be found in violation because he still doesn't have the rental license in the 30 days. I think 30 days is sufficient, not 60.
Well, I'm going to give him the 60
Standards.
days because if it took 3 weeks for zoning to approve it, I'm not going to. My job is to make sure he has a reasonable enough time to comply. So if there's a process and he has to schedule inspections, I'm going to give him enough time to do that because he's here today. This is not intended to be punitive. I would encourage you to tell your tenants that in the future when they get notices that they need to tell you right away because you lost 30 days because your tenant didn't tell you about it.
I suspect they don't read English, so.
Yeah, and I've heard testimony you own a lot of property. You even testified to that, so you know the drill on these.
Of course,
you know what to do.
I've never said I didn't. I just simply, from my point of view, as soon as I found out, I immediately did everything I could, and yet I'm still going to have a piece of paper saying that I didn't comply with,
Right, but that's why I'm going to give you as much time as you need to get it so that there is no fine and there's no issue. So is there anything further from the city?
No, Your Honor.
All right, anything further from you, sir? All right, in case CE 26035056, Madam Clerk, could I see the posting affidavit real quick?
well, I'll consent to anything, Your Honor.
That's,
I have a copy of it in front of me.
yes.
You saw it. This is probably not signed. Is there a signed copy in your case file? Can you give him this,
Yes,
sir?
sir.
Can you hand him this so he can see this one that I'm looking at? That's a notarized copy. Any objection to that document?
Sure, it was posted.
All right, with that, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection in case CE 26035056. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff as well as the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of sections 22-441 and 2232A. For the violation of section 22-441, I'll require respondent to comply within 60 days or a one-time fine of $250 will be assessed. For the violation of 2232A, I'll again require you to comply within 60 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed. So make sure you communicate with the code officer. Make sure you have what you want is an affidavit of compliance before the 60 days runs out, okay?
And I'm here in front of you asking for that inspection immediately.
And I think they're hearing you, but you have to go through whatever the city's process is to request the inspection. So if you have to send an email or you have to call somebody, you have to go through that process. But I hear you. All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Number 241342 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 26035105. Number 241342 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
Good morning, Code Officer Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While patrolling in my zone, I observed several violations at 1342 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard. I took photos of the violations which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on March the 20th of 2026, citing multiple violations. The violations are 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view, 94-446-2-E, edging around the entire property and parkway area. 78-94-C, swells and parkways, filling in the dead and the bare areas, and there is a stump that needs to be removed also from that area and cut. 34-102, remove inoperable junk and abandoned vehicles in front of the property. 18-106-A, clean and sanitary, remove all trash and debris throughout the property and parkway area. Pressure wash the driveway, walkways, and sidewalks bordering the property. 18-106-B, overgrowth, cut, trim, edge the entire yard and swell parkway area. 18-103-G, paint and touching up the areas of the structure and the wall that are fading and appear to have algae and dirt. 94-442E, the landscaping, which again is the cut and trim, edging, and the maintaining, keeping it maintained. 78-6-5, address characters need to be clearly visible from the street. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on March the 25th of 2026. Certified and regular mail was sent on April the 3rd of 2026 to the mailing address listed on property appraisers. The certified mail was returned. I revisited the property on May 4th of 2026 and observed the property still in violation of the violations previously listed. I have not spoken to the property owner. The city is requesting an additional 60 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
Say you're talking about the ones on the F drive. So, no, I'm saying, so you don't get, no, I'm saying, I see what you're saying. So you don't get internet in here?
You don't have paper copies.
No, I can go and get somewhere if you want to go to the next one and then recall this one. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, let's, if that's an option. Can you?
She's got some now coming.
All right, maybe it's gonna work now.
I don't think it likes me.
Makes me feel better about my computer problems, that I'm not the only one. All right, what's your name, sir?
Dexter Bostic.
And what's your relation to the property?
Me and my aunt just became the personal representative. He's my uncle. He passed away.
Okay.
If you want, like I said.
Yeah, if it's still not working, would you mind sitting back down just for a couple more minutes? I'm gonna run and get the papers, paper case file, so we can do it that way, because the computer doesn't seem to be cooperating right now.
Okay.
So just sit back down, don't go anywhere, and we'll recall you in a minute.
Oh, she's rebooting, I think, anyways. Number 1, 406 Gale Place, CE 26034997.
And he's the last contested matter, is that right?
Yeah, sorry about that, yes.
Okay.
Well, good morning. Joseph Laperta, Code Enforcement for West Palm Beach. On March 4th, 2026, while on routine patrol, my attention was called to the property located at 406 Gale Place in the city of West Palm Beach. There were several violations noted, and contact was made with the owner of the property regarding the violations. The notice of violation was posted on the property March 4th, 2026. Certified and regular mail were sent on March 27th, 2026. Certified mail was received and signed for on April 2nd, 2026. The affidavit of posting was completed and filed on March 4th, 2026, and is in the case file. On May 4th, I returned to the property for a final inspection before today's hearing and found the property not in compliance, photographing both resolved and unresolved violations. The following violations are still not in compliance as of May 4th, 2026. Section 94-442-C-1, grass or sod or approved landscape material to be placed in open landscape area. Section 18-103J, painting of the exterior of the structure where needed. Section 18-106-B, cutting all overgrowth. Section 34-102-A, removing an inoperable derelict vehicle from the public view, specifically the red Nissan with the expired registration from December of 2020. The photographs I took at the initial investigation on March 4th, 2026, and again on May 4th, 2026, accurately and truthfully depict violations and corrections I observed during the course of my investigation. I spoke with the grandchildren of the elderly owner on May 4th, none of which are present at this hearing. The grandchildren are doing what they can to help their grandmother with the property and requested 60 additional days to be able to resolve the vehicle issue and get the house painted properly. Therefore, the city requests the additional 60 days be granted for compliance to be achieved, or the property owner be subject to a fine of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate of the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
Have any of the violations on the agenda complied?
Some of them, yes. The ones that are remaining that I talked to, I believe one of the violations was parking on non-paved surface was complied, and the removal of the branches obstructing the sidewalk were also complied.
So that's 94-482A, and
74-4-C-4 is complied.
Okay.
94-482-A is complied, and 78-6 is also complied. The address characters, they did comply with that as well.
Okay, so then, other than those three, everything remains?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, the landscape is clear. What's the overgrowth?
The overgrowth was the, go to the picture of the door. Right there around the door.
Okay, so just
And then there's
edging.
also overgrowth on the side of the house where it also needs painted.
Okay.
Do you have the one on the side? Right there.
Okay, perfect. All right, and when you spoke to the people, 60 days, they
Yes,
seemed in agreement with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that seems like plenty of time to get these things complied?
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 2603-4997, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting and a signed certified mail, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondents in violation of sections 74-84, 1, 34102A, 18103J, 18106G, 18105J, 94442C1, and 18106B and 18106K, and I'll require respondents to comply with those code sections within 60 days or $100 a day. Fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Excellent. Thank you.
Number 2, 411 7th Street, CE 26045161.
Good morning. My name is Alessio Carulli, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. The property at 411 7th Street was observed to have the following violations that are still in non-compliance. 78-6, it's the numbering standards. During patrol, we observed the buildings not to have the proper addressing attached to them. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violation's contact information and notice of today's hearing. The notice of violation, notice of hearing was sent via certified and regular mail on 4/21/26 and received and signed on 4/27/26. The notice of violation was posted at the property on 4/3/26, and an affidavit of posting dated 4/3/26 is in the case files. The photos were taken at the initial investigation and when the property was revisited. These photos accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed during the investigation. I have had numerous contact with the owner, who is in the process with the city. The addresses got approved, so now he's just waiting to have a contractor go out and put the addresses on the property. So we believe that 30 days is good for compliance, or a $100 fine per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right, and so the issue is the individual bays or suites have to have their own addresses?
Correct, yes,
And you
ma'am.
say they've been approved by the city, now it's just a matter of putting the numbers up?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 2604-5161, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1. I'll note for the record the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting as well as signed certified mail, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 78-6. And I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 3534 Clematis Street, CE 26035-132.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Neil Maharaj, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer, case number CE 2603-5132. Property is 534 Clematis Street, issued. I have photos printed, yeah. This was issued on March 30th, 2026 to the owner of 11022 Santa Monica Boulevard Limited Partnership in care of Grossman Stewart. The violation issued was 94-482-A, parking requirements for unpaved parking, unpaved surface. Certified mail is currently stuck in transit as of yesterday and has not been successfully delivered. The NOV was posted on March 30th with the affidavit of posting notarized. I received this case through the parking department after they issued multiple parking tickets to vehicles parked on the unpaved surface in the vacant lot. I went ahead and I issued a violation to the property owner for multiple vehicles parked on an unpaved lot on Friday, March 27th. The property has since complied, and the city is requesting a finding of fact.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
I have photos printed here if you would like to see.
Okay, it looks like it is trying to work, maybe. And so what's the date that your notice of violation required compliance, and what date did they comply? Thank you.
So was there a compliance? Yeah, for this certain situation, it was for immediate compliance. So the next day, there were no vehicles parked on the vacant lot. The only thing that is authorized to be on that vacant lot is a food truck trailer, which is still parked there today, but that is allowed.
So the food truck's allowed there, but the cars aren't?
Correct.
Okay. Can you go back to that NOV for me? So your NOV was from March 30th and you gave them till April 13th. When were the cars removed?
The next day, the following day from being issued.
So technically that's not then a finding of fact?
Well, the finding of fact is for them parking the vehicles on the unpaved surface, which isn't allowed. It's not permitted.
So when you say that they complied the day after issuance, do you mean March 31st?
Correct.
But then they complied timely, correct?
Yeah, it was outside of that. Yeah.
For me to issue you a finding of fact, I need proof that they were there after your compliance date.
Gotcha. Just gonna.
What's that date of that photo?
That was the photo provided from the parking department on the same day of it being issued.
The thing he sent me was April 27th. That was like a vehicle that was outside of the compliance date. Yeah.
All right, yeah, that's all the, everything that I would like to say for the record.
All right, is there a photograph in there from after April 13th?
No.
What does the city want to do?
Richard Pasmino, Code Enforcement Supervisor. Yeah, parking brought this to our attention because it was during the boat show, and they were using the lot as event parking. Normally, you would have to apply like a month in advance in order to get that approval. They did not, so we went out, spoke to them, seeked immediate compliance, removal of the vehicles. The next day, it was removed. The only Yeah, it should have been immediate, like the date for compliance, the same day. It wasn't, so we were just seeking a finding of fact, but if the evidence doesn't support it.
Yeah, I don't want to give you an order that. So in the future, I mean, you can ask for a 24-hour turnaround on compliance, but that's not, unless there's another notice of violation in there. That's the only notice that was sent.
Yeah, that was the only notice, and we spoke to the operator the day of and let them know it wasn't allowed.
Yeah, because that one you gave them 2 weeks basically to comply. So if the testimony is I don't have enough evidence to give you a finding of fact, so do you want to pull it or do you want me to find no violation?
Yeah, just dismiss the case, please.
Thank you.
All right, so the city is indicating that the property complied timely, so the case is being pulled from the agenda.
Number 6, 4800 Broadway, CE 26035085.
Morning, Your Honor. Tony Apicella, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. Case number CE 26035085. Property address is 4800 Broadway. The date of inspection was 3/19/26. My attention was actually called to this property due to prohibited flags out front.
Okay.
So I stopped and made contact with one of the employees that was there at the time, explained that the flag was the flag sign was prohibited within the city. Just as a matter of procedure, I asked to see the business tax receipt for the business. I furthered my investigation, did a records check, and found out that the owner of the building also did not have a rental license, but that's been complied. But the company that's operating the business at this time, which is JM Wireless, was operating without a business tax license, which is 82-144. So the property was posted on 3/20/26. Certified mail was sent on 4/9/26. The certified mail was sent not only to their home office on 4/20/26, but it was also sent to their registered agent, and that was received and signed for on 4/13/26. I've had contact with the employee several times. He introduced me via the phone to his district manager or what have you. So there has been some contact. At this point, they are still in violation. The business tax license is not even processing at this point. So the city is requesting 30 days to comply and a one-time fee of $250.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate of the City would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
Is it working?
All right, and one of the photos, you can see there's a sign on the establishment of the business, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How do you know the business is operating there? Are there signs on the door that say JM
Well, it is
Wireless?
it's a Metro PCS building, so it's an individual or authorized dealer in there that is operating the business as a cell phone, Metro PCS, T-Mobile type business.
Okay.
But there was they don't have a business tax license to operate at that location.
Okay, but they've applied for one?
They have applied. I don't know if they're, at this point, I can't say where they're at because the last time I stopped by there, which was on 5/1, I was told that the district manager that was supposed to be dealing with me left the company, and he's no longer there. So I again gave my card and said, well, please have somebody contact me so we can, get you in compliance. I've yet to be contacted.
Okay. But if they made application, and who's applying? JM Wireless?
JM Wireless, yes, ma'am.
So they're admitting they need their own license then. Okay, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 2603-5085, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting as well as signed certified mail, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer as well as the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 82-144, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 30 days or assess a one-time fine of $250.
Okay, I think we can go back to number 24, 1342 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 26035105.
Thank you for your patience, sir. And now that you're back with the papers, the computer will probably work.
Well, I just did some changes, so it should work. We just need the pictures and stuff. Why does it just do that for me? It's just me.
I would not buy a lottery ticket today. I would wait a couple of days.
Coming up on my screen. So.
Is it? So it's just this computer that's... You have the paper copies with you?
She's
Or
going
you
to pull
put-
it
you
up in
saved
the
them on a-
PDF. She's
Okay.
going to pull it up in the PDF. Okay. Yep, it should be kept. Okay, here we go. These are the initial photos, and then
All right, the edging, that's clear. Those vehicles, they didn't have tags or they have flat tires?
yes, ma'am.
Both, okay.
I've been there a minute.
Okay. What's with the house?
What's
The
it?
numbers aren't correct?
I have to zoom in. You can't see it. They need to be more visible, maybe a little bit bigger, to be able to see it from the street and then, visible, so if
Okay,
it's
so
nighttime.
he
and
needs
that sort of
bigger
thing.
numbers.
Yeah, to make
okay.
it easier and more visible. These are the, as of May 4th there, pictures.
And that's the stump you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. So nothing has complied, is that correct?
No, it appears at one point someone tried to come and cut down the grass some, but without it being maintained regularly, it just goes back to
Okay.
its normal state. And then a neighbor, I did speak with a neighbor when I went to post to see if someone lived there. And he said that he doesn't see if someone there on a regular, but he has seen movement as though people, I don't know if people have been going in the back, you know, by knowing that nobody's there regularly or nobody's staying there. You get people going in the back and that sort of thing. I didn't see that from the front, so I could not photograph that, but just
Okay.
for it being vacant, I'm assuming it is vacant if there's no one living there.
Okay. All right, your name, sir? It was-
Dexter Bostic.
All right, and you're the personal representative is what you told me, right?
Yes.
All right, so the city, you see what they're telling me that you have in terms of the way of violations. They're telling me, or they're asking me to give you 60 days to comply. Can you get those things done in 60 days?
We just became the personal representative for the property. Can I get more than 60 days? Because I'm not here as much, and my aunt, who's the other personal representative, she lives in Atlanta.
Okay.
So I'm the one that I go back and forth trying to fix things. That stump that she's talking about, there was a big tree there. The city came remove the tree because the tree, I guess, rotted out, and they cut that and left that stump there. So I don't know, are we responsible for that?
Can you provide any evidence that the city or any documentation or anything that the city came and removed the tree?
I think I have a picture or when the tree was there. And
Well, I
then-
mean, to show, if there's something that you can provide that the city did do that and left us something, then that would be something that I would address with them. But yeah, if you can look through records and stuff and see, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, when my uncle died, I came by and took some pictures, and I think I have a picture of like the tree, big tree that was there, or I can probably go down because we had reported it because it actually fell on somebody's car.
But
like
yeah, if you
branches
can
or
pull
something.
some of that up, that would be helpful, and that way it can track to that, yes.
And are we responsible for because they tore up the sidewalk as well?
The sidewalk, no, but you would contact, I can give you the information to contact over at the barn, and the city will repair the sidewalk, but you have to call and get them, let them know that you have areas where the sidewalk is damaged or cracked or whatever, and then they will come out and repair it.
Okay, and the cars, they're registered, they just haven't been moved.
Yeah, but they can't sit there as though they're abandoned with flat tires, and I know I got a couple of pictures of the van and everything. It has the bricks in front of it, and tires are flat and stuff. It has to appear, and even with the vacant property, knowing now that no one lives there, I didn't address it because I didn't know the nature of the property. But now that you're here and we know no one lives there, that's another thing of registering the property as long as it's vacant, having it registered. But that's something that I will address for you because, like I said, it wasn't cited, but that's something that has to be handled as well.
Actually, I just went over there today. We're starting to do some renovations and stuff on it. So.
And that's the thing. One thing that you would probably want to work on first is trying to comply definitely keeping the yard maintained. I don't know if you have a lawn company or something.
Yeah, we did. I guess he got deported or something.
I'm sorry?
I had someone that was working that was doing it every week, but I haven't seen him in.
Yeah, no one's been doing it every week. I can
No,
tell you that. But yes.
Before they were there, but it's
Okay,
been
yeah.
a while since.
Yeah.
Since I'm not here all the time, so I'm.
That's the
always
thing with not having someone in the state.
Right.
And that's an issue too. That's some things that are required, or having a representative that is close, so that. But we'll address all of that. Let's just deal with what's here now, as far as time needed and that sort of thing.
Okay. Can I get 3 months to get it done?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and I would encourage you, the more people know that nobody's there and the more that it looks like nobody's there, the more you're inviting trouble. So
Yeah,
I
I try to have someone go by, or when I'm here, I'll go by. We just been going through the legal process, and it's been a headache.
But to her point, the easy things that you can fix, like making it look like the van is not abandoned, move the bricks out in front of the tires, because if she's saying that there's indication that people are going into the backyard, you don't want that.
Yeah, I put the bricks there because I didn't want it to somehow move forward or something.
Yeah, I'll give you the 90 days, but be sensitive to that because your problems will become much greater if you get people on the property that you don't want there. So I'll give you the 90 days, but I would encourage you to get things addressed so it looks like people are living there and it doesn't look abandoned.
Okay.
Okay. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, do you have any objections, sir, to the documents on the screen being entered?
No.
Okay. Anything else you'd like me to hear?
No, that's about it.
Okay. And again, I appreciate your patience with the computer this morning. So with that, in case CE 2603-5105, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which included an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 7434A1H, 94446-2E, 78-94C, 34102, 18106A, 18106B, 18106K, 18103J, 18106G, 18105J, 92442E, and 7865, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 90 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter. So make sure when you get in full compliance, and keep in touch with her and get a compliance inspection once you've got everything done so she can comply you out before those 90 days are over, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Number 7, 4501 Spruce Avenue, CE 26035-142.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tony Apicella, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This case number is CE 2603-5142 for the property address located at 4501 Spruce Avenue. On 327, while patrolling my assigned area, I observed a vehicle that was parked half on the grass and half on the driveway. I conducted an inspection of the property and found several other violations, which include the following: 94-482A, parking requirements, parking on the grass; 18106A, clean and sanitary, trash and debris litter; 94-442-E, landscaping of swales and parkways; 94-71-C, outdoor storage, residential; 34-102, inoperative or junk vehicle; 34-102A, the existence of an abandoned or inoperative vehicle on private property is hereby declared a public nuisance; 94-442-C-1, landscaping areas must be grass. I documented my observances with photographs. These photos were taken by me and accurately depict my observances. They have been added to the case file. I issued an NOV on 3/30/26. The NOV issued identifies the violations, my contact information, and date, time, and location of this hearing. An affidavit of posting was completed, notarized, and added to the case file. The property was posted, actually was hand-delivered and signed for on 3/31/26. Certified mail was sent and regular mail sent on 4/11/26, and certified mail was received on 4/13/26. I have met with the owner, Ms. Black, at the time. I hand-delivered the NOV. On 4/27/26, I stopped by to check the progress. I met with a gentleman who stated he was from the church and that he was going to be assisting getting everything complied. I re-inspected the property on 5/1/26 and found none of the violations had been complied at that point. I did receive a phone call about 8:30 this morning from the same gentleman stating that he apologized that due to rain delay or something, they were not able to get the things complied, but they were diligently working towards it. The city is requesting 30 days to comply, a $100 a day fine. I do believe that this time frame is adequate for compliance to be achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
Is that working? Okay, because
Just speak about your observations, like what you saw on page 14.
Say that one.
Like explain your observations.
I observed two vehicles parked in the driveway. Neither one had valid tags, one of which was parked on the half on the grass, half on the driveway. The landscaping areas, must be grass, plant plant materials, sod in the front yard, and grass is needed also in the parkway area. What should I say for here?
Are there photos in
I'm
there?
sorry?
I guess maybe walk me through, there's a lot going on here. Maybe when she scrolls through the photos, can you just
Okay.
tell me what's...
Initial photos? Okay, so what that photo is depicting is edging of the driveway, of the walkway. The next photo is the two vehicles. One is parked halfway on the driveway and half off the driveway.
So is that add-on concrete not the driveway then?
I'm sorry?
Is the add-on concrete not the driveway? Is the car in the grass or no?
Yes, there should be a better picture showing the tires actually in the grass. That would be the parkway that would need sod. Okay. There is trash and debris, and apparently a disabled awning is set back there. I spoke to her about it.
Okay.
If you go to the initial photos, everything is noted on those.
And the vehicles were clear, they had expired tags, right? They were like, the numbers were scraped off.
There's a better picture for you, Your Honor. Go back to
All
the
right,
tags.
there's the car in the
Yeah,
grass.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, in case CE 2603-35142, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll note for the record the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include signed for hand delivery of the notice of violation, notice of hearing, and signed certified mail that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-482A, 18106A, 94-442E, 94-71C, 34-102, 94-442C1, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Thank you.
Next cases numbers 9, 10, and 12 are contiguous properties. Number 9, 436 24th Street, CE 26035021. I'm not sure if we should call them together or not.
I'd say if you're asking for separate orders, let's just do them quickly, separately. That's probably easier.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. That is correct. Agenda items 9, 10, and 12 are separate parcel, but the ask will all be the same for each one. With that being said, good morning, Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. To make it easier. All right, so the parking lot associated with 436 24th Street was reported to Code Enforcement Division by the Police Department during one of our routine quarterly quality of life meetings. I completed an initial inspection on April 9th, 2026, and cited the property for the following code violation. 94485B1E to repave and remark the parking lot. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. I posted that notice of violation at the property and City Hall on March 16th of 2026. I also completed an affidavit of posting on March 16th, 2026. The notice of violation was noticed by certified and regular mail on March 27th of 2026 by the city clerk, and certified mail was signed for. I completed a reinspection on May 20th of 2026, on April 20th, 2026, and observed the property not to be in compliance with the following code violation, the 94485B1E, to repave and remark the parking lot. I took the photographs at the initial investigation and when I revisited the property, and the photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed during my investigation. The property owner is not present, but I've been in contact with the property owner and multiple representatives from his team, which includes the property maintenance personnel. And throughout the process, they did discuss the cost for this particular parcel and the other two. They were able to work out a deal, but it's going to be extensive with the cost. And then also coordinating with one of the restaurant business that used the parking spot. They owned a parcel for the restaurant that's operating there. So with all of the logistical things going on, they're asking for a total of 180 days to comply, but the city is requesting 120 days to comply, so we were not able to agree on a time frame. With that being said, the city is requesting 120 days to comply. If no compliance is achieved, $100 per day fine.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
Okay, and you said you got signed certified mail back?
No, they received the certified mail and made contact with me, and we had a good discussion.
All right, so your service is via posting then. But they're not here this morning. Were you expecting them here this morning?
The representative could not make it from, I believe it's San Antonio, Texas this morning, so we just discussed everything over the phone. And the only disagreement was the amount of time. They're okay with the 120 days, but I told them that I will let their request be known on the record for 180 days to comply. What this boils down to is that they have 3 parking lots to resurface, and it's better for them to do it all at once instead of separate with the contractor that they're having. But that's going to require permits, so we factor in the time for the permits. But also the logistics with this parking lot here that you see, to the left of it, the business, they also own that parcel, but the business used the parking lot for its customers. So they have to reroute the traffic for parking as well. So just to be on the safe side, they're requesting 180 days, but the city is requesting 120 days to comply.
And you factored in your 120-day recommendation, the permitting and all of that required?
I did.
Okay. And I presume they rent these parking lots to the adjacent businesses?
So I'm not 100% sure how that contract works between the This Is It Cafe business, and I'm not 100% sure how that operates and that works. I just cited the 3 individual parcels, but basically what was told to me, it seems like it's going to be a permit issue. Well, they want to make sure that they're willing to comply. I worked with them in the past, say that on the record. No doubt that they're going to try to comply. But with the permit process, the logistics as far as moving traffic, if they do need to move traffic while they're repairing one parking lot at a time, they just want to be on the safe side with 180 days. But 120 days, as I expressed to them, is more than enough time, and they definitely understand.
All right, I'm inclined to agree because that's sort of the cost of doing business, and if you let it get into this state of disrepair, you need to get it fixed. So, and I think that you're right. 120 days is more than enough time to get it done. Their coordination and their logistics is their problem. That's a little odd that they're parceled out that way, but nonetheless.
And with that being said, Special Magistrate, real fast, this picture here, you see the blue square? That one square pertains to this individual parcel. To the right of that square is the second parcel that we're going to discuss, and then to the right of that square is the third parcel that we're going to discuss. To the left of the square is the This Is It Cafe. So that's the This Is It Cafe, so the park and serve that particular area. But those are the 3 lots that we're going to discuss.
Okay.
All right.
All right, anything further?
Nothing further from the city.
All right. For the record, the respondent is not present. In case CE 2603-5021, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 94-485B1E, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 120 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 10, 432 24th Street, CE 26035038.
All right, Donald Lattimore with City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. This parking lot as well was reported to Code Enforcement Division by the Police Department during our routine quality of life meeting. I completed the investigation on April 9th, 2026, and cited the property for the following code violation, 94485B1E, to repave and remark the parking lot. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. I posted the NOV at the property in City Hall on March 16th of 2026. I completed the affidavit of posting on March 16th, 2026. And the notice of violation was noticed by certified and regular mail on March 27th, 2026. I completed a re-inspection on April 20th, 2026, and observed the property not to be in compliance with code section 94485B1E to repave and remark the parking lot. I took the photographs at the initial investigation and when I revisited the property. And the photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed during my investigation. The property owner is not present, but I have been in contact with the owner and approved representative via email primarily. And the city is requesting 120 days to comply. If no compliance is achieved, $100 per day fine.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right, and just buzz through the photos. Okay, right there. Okay, great. Anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, in case CE 2603-5038, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. For the record, the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of section 94-485B1E, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 120 days, or $100 per day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
I'm going to skip to number 12, 428 24th Street, CE 26035060.
All right, Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. This parking lot as well was reported to Code Enforcement Division by the Police Department during our routine quality of life meeting. I completed an initial inspection on March 16th of 2026 and cited the property for the following code violation, 94485B1E, to repave and remark the parking lot, and 34102, which is inoperative vehicle. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. I posted that notice of violation at the property in City Hall on March 20th of 2026. I also completed an affidavit of posting on March 20th of 2026. That notice of violation was noticed by certified and regular mail on April 2nd, 2026 by the city's clerk, and certified mail was signed for. I completed a re-inspection on April 20th of 2026 and observed the property not to be in compliance with the following code sections, 94485B1E, to repave and remark the parking lot, and 34102, inoperative vehicle. Vehicles, they're still there. I took the photos at the initial investigation and when I revisited the property, and the photos accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed during my investigation. The property owner is not present, but I've been in contact with the owner and multiple representatives. They are aware of the inoperable vehicles, and I pointed them out to them as well. With that being said, the city is requesting 120 days to comply. If compliance is not achieved, a $100 per day fine.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
And do you have these files in that other area? Maybe that'll work.
Yes, they're all in. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And those inoperative vehicles, are those just abandoned, or are they somebody driving them to and from workers there? Or?
That's a good question. They're trying to figure it out.
Okay.
But right now they're abandoned, and I did let them know that that responsibility falls upon them to comply it. So they're trying to make sure that they speak with everyone that they can to see if it's one of their vehicles before they actually pay to have them towed. But they are aware it's their responsibility to remove them.
And it was the gold car, I think, was clear because it had a 2025 tag or something, but the truck is also a problem, is that right?
Yes, the truck is also a problem. If you go back to the initial photos, yeah, perfect. Scroll down to the vehicles, I think.
And they're not moving, they're sitting in the same spots?
Same spot,
Okay.
not moving, clearly abandoned. The truck's been there for forever, to be honest with you. It's hard to see from there, but the tag there, wish I had a better photo. You may have to just keep going through, but the tag is expired as well for that car.
That's fine. If your testimony, you saw the tag and it's expired?
I was just going to add that Richard Pasmino, code supervisor, I was out there yesterday doing a walkthrough. That truck was stickered. They stickered it to remove it. It had a flat tire, is what I observed.
Okay, great. All right, anything further?
Nothing. Anything else? Nothing further from the
All
city.
right, thank you. For the record, in case CE 26035060, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 34102 and 94485B1E. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those sections within 120 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Back to a number 11, 1041 45th Street, CE 26035069. Number 11.
Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. Property 1041 45th Street was reported to Code Enforcement Division by our legal department due to a foreclosure and change in ownership. So our legal department wanted us to go out there to re-inspect the property. I completed an initial inspection on March 3rd of 2026 and cited the property for multiple violations. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. I posted the notice of violation at the property and City Hall on March 20th of 2026. I also completed an affidavit of posting on March 20th of 2026. That notice of violation was noticed by certified and regular mail on April 1st, 2026 by the city's clerk, and certified mail was signed for. I completed a reinspection on May 1st, 2026, and observed the property not to be in compliance with the following code violations: 18103J, 18106G, 18105J. They all pertain to painting the exterior of the building. 18106A is regarding the trash and debris. 18106J is in regards to graffiti. 18209A and 18210 are regarding the registration of a vacant property. 18212C, 18212D are pertaining to vacant building signs that's required to be placed on a vacant property. 18214A is to paint the boards that have been used to secure the building, the color of the structure. And 18265B is to obtain a board and secure certificate. I took the photographs at the initial investigation and when I revisited the property, and these photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed during my investigation. The property owner is not present, and I have not been in contact with the property owner or an approved representative. For the record, there is an open permit application to demolish the building, but the permit has not been issued at this time because there are some steps that need to be resubmitted for that permit to be issued. With that being said, the city is requesting 60 days to comply. If compliance is not achieved, the city is requesting a $100 per day fine.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
All right, and in the event they demolish the building, that would comply all the code violations, correct?
Right, and I did speak to my supervisor, Richard Pasmino, today, and we're pushing for the 60 days because this building, it's been a nightmare for quite some time, and to be honest with you, I was very surprised that the amount of individuals living in the building and how open and exposed it was. Once I actually went on property to walk the building itself to take a look, it was some really bad conditions that you can see in the initial photos, and so we're trying to get that under control. If there was a permit that was actually in place to show that, hey, look, we mean business to demolish the business, the time frame could have been a little different than the 60-day acts. But right now, given the deterioration of the building itself, the city is requesting 60 days to comply.
Is the permit that you have in for demolition, is it an old permit?
No, it's the recently filed. I did attach it to the case as well so you can review it. Right now, it's in the resubmission process, which means that they need to reach out to whomever is overseeing that permit to understand why they need to resubmit. Last time I checked, there's multiple individuals throughout the city of West Palm Beach, planning and zoning, the building department, for example, that they need to get in contact with to work to make sure that everything is in place to demolish the building. But there is documentation that I added to the case file pertaining to the open permit.
Do they still have to do the registration of a vacant property if there's no building?
If there's no building, that will comply because it has been demolished.
Okay, so everything would essentially comply in the event of demolition. Okay. And if I could see the posting affidavit. Okay. And you haven't heard anything from the respondent?
Nothing from the respondent, but I think one way that I can try to get in contact with someone is, since that permit was submitted, I can try to use that permit to see who submitted it and give them a contact call to let them know about the order. Thank you. About the order. I think this is the permit. Here you can see that it was submitted. It is online.
Oh, so it was submitted on April 9th, that's the application date?
Correct, but
Okay.
it's been in the requires resubmission status from as long as Monique is highlighting now.
Okay.
So
Well, hopefully that means it'll go in the right direction, but I agree with your 60-day compliance timeline, because that's a problem, and that's been sitting vacant for quite a while. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 26035069, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting for this morning's hearing, that the city had good service for their hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file and the code enforcement officer's testimony, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18209, 18210, 18210J, 18103J, 18106G, 18105J, 18106A, 18212C, 18212D, 18265B, 18106J, and 18214A, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 60 days, or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 15, 1002 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 26035059.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. I cited the property at 1002 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard for a business tax and certificate of use. I cited it on code section 22441 and 2232A. Property was cited 3/17 of 26. Certified regular mail sent out 3/30 of 26. The property itself was posted 3/19 of 26. There is no previous history of a business tax for this particular owner, which is Prop Company 1002 Palm Beach Lakes LLC. Contact has been made with the new ownership. They have put an application in for the for the business tax. And I'm scheduled to inspect that on tomorrow at 11 a.m. So my recommendation would be 10 days to comply, or $100 per day for the COU. And for the business tax itself, just a one-time fine of $250 after the 10-day time limit.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate of the City would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
And what's your evidence that it's rented?
I spoke with the ownership, and we scheduled for inspection tomorrow.
So they applied and they
applied. They
admitted that they were
already paid the application fee.
renting. Okay. All right. And there shouldn't be any issue getting both of those within 10 days?
No, just an inspection on my part. That's
Which
it.
is scheduled for
Which
tomorrow?
would be Thursday.
Okay, great.
Tomorrow.
All right, anything further?
That's it.
All right, just need to see the posting affidavit. And you got signed certified mail back, okay. That signed certified mail was for today's hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there's the posting affidavit there. Okay, great.
Let's see if I have a copy of certified mail.
All right, in case CE 26035059, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1. I'll note for the record that the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the documents in the case file that the respondent is in violation of sections 22-441 and 2232A. For violation of 2232A, I'll require a respondent to comply within 10 days or a $100 per day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter. And for the violation of 22-441, I'll require a respondent to comply within 10 days or assess a one-time fine of $250.
Number 16, 515 North Sapodilla Avenue 1, CE 26035040.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. I cited 515 North South Padilla Avenue, Unit Number 1, after a complaint from the tenant. During my inspection, I observed the following code sections: 18-105C, walls and ceiling need repair. 18103I, the exhaust fan cover was missing. And 18973, no bathroom door. I cited the property 313 of 26, certifying regular mail sent out 330 of 26. Property actually posted 316 of 26. No contact with the ownership of this property. Again, it's a tenant complaint, and I'm requesting 30 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day after that. The photo that you see now is the ceiling fan missing a cover. Also, the ceiling and wall needs repair.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including photos and testimony as evidence.
Just posting. Still a ceiling fan, missing cover, walls need repair. You're looking straight into the bathroom from the hallway. The door is missing. You can see where the hinges should be, but there's no door. The landlord removed the door, never replaced the door to the bathroom.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. And the posting affidavit. Thank you. All right, thank you. Anything further, sir?
That's it.
All right, in case CE 26035040, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 18105C, 18103C, 18103I, 18105I, and 1897-3. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those sections within 30 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 17, 930 Ortega Road, CE 26024904.
Good morning, Officer Raphael Forrester, Code Enforcement Officer for West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 2/13 and posted on 2/25/26. Service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail 2/25/26. I have been in contact with the owner at the initial start of the case. This property was cited for several violations, but one violation does remain, 18-106-A, clean and sanitary trash and debris. I observed the property having lots of trash and debris on the side of the home. All photos were taken by me and accurately, truthfully depict the violations when observed. As of May 1st, 2026, the property has not come into full compliance. The city is asking for an additional 30 days to come into compliance. I believe another 30 days is sufficient to comply with these violations. If they do not come into compliance, then the city is asking for $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
So that's part of the clean and sanitary there? The stuff outside?
Yes, on the right side.
Okay. So they did the hard stuff, but they left the easy stuff?
Correct.
Okay. So it's just those two couple of, like, whatever that was, a bumper and whatever the other thing was? Okay. Bless you. Are there any other photos of the clean and sanitary, or is that it?
Should be photos, yes.
There's more, okay.
Okay, yeah. That's how it looks now.
And what do you have in the way of service? I heard you testify that you sent it certified mail, but did you post also?
Yes.
What date did you post?
2/25/26.
And you posted the property in City Hall?
No. The property. Let's see if I have it.
Did the certified mail come back? Signed?
No.
Did you do an affidavit of posting?
I did. For some reason, it's not in there.
All right, so you posted, so you have service. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 26024904, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll note for the record the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of section 18106A, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 30 days, or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 18, 2024 Dock Street, CE 26035055.
Good morning, Officer Raphael Forster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 4/5/26 and posted on 4/6/26. Service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail on 4/9/26. I have been in contact with the property manager throughout the case. This property was cited for several violations, and one only remains, 9471-C, outdoor storage. I observed building materials, weights, and wood in the public view. All photos accurately and truthfully depict the violation when observed. As of May 1st, 2026, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is requesting another 30 days to achieve compliance. I believe 30 days is enough time to correct the violation. If they don't come in compliance, the city is asking for $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including these photos and testimony into evidence. All right, did they make any progress on the outdoor storage?
They did.
Okay.
Not totally, they're not totally full, but they did progress.
Okay. All right, 30 days should be more than enough time to finish.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 26035055, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll note for the record the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting as well as a signed certified mail, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 9471C, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 30 days, or $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Number 19, 5100 Garden Avenue, CE 26024941.
Good morning, Raphael Forster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 4/24/26 and posted on 4/25/26. Service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail on 4/29/26. I have been in contact with the relative of the deceased owner throughout the case. This property was cited for several violations. 18103J, paint exterior. I observed the structure needs paint due to fading and peeling paint. 18105B, structures and walls. I observed some areas on the roof that needed repair. 18106K, landscape maintenance. I observed that the yard needs grass and maintenance. 18-265, board certificate. I observed windows boarded up with no permit. All photos accurately and truthfully depict the violation when observed. As of May 1st, 2026, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 180 days to achieve compliance. This will allow time for the relatives to figure out on how she can attain ownership and be able to apply for permits as well. I believe 180 days is enough time to correct the violation. If they do not come in compliance, the city is asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
So the owner had passed away, and so I've been working with a relative, but does not have any proof of ownership of the home. So, but she's been doing the work to get the property up to where it needs to be. So to give her time to figure out how she would attain ownership of it, because the kids live in Cuba and they're not able to come to the United States to do what they need to do to give her ownership to go ahead and make decisions based on what violations were there.
Okay. And when did you say you sent your notice of violation?
It was cited on 4/24 and posted on the 25th.
4/24, April?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so but your photos are from February.
Yeah, it was a big gap in trying to get a hold of the owner and through the whole translation, because I had to get a translator, and then there were certain times they were able to call, and so.
But your notice is from February too. So do you mean that you posted in February or April?
I posted in February.
Oh, you're saying 4/20. You mean two?
Yes. Two.
Okay. Because your notice documents aren't matching what you're saying. So that's why I want to make sure I understand. You didn't re-notice. You just did it once.
No, it was a misprint.
You did it in February. Okay. And 4/24 is pretty tight for today's hearing. So, okay. So you posted in February. I'm good. All right. Anything else?
No.
All right. In case CE 2602-4941, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18105B, 18103B, 18103J, 18106G, 18105J, 18265, and 18106K. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those sections within 180 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 22, 1396 7th Street, CE 26045174, number 22.
All right, good morning, Code Officer Kay Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While patrolling in my zone, I observed several violations at 1396 7th Street. I took photos of the violations which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on April the 8th of 2026, citing multiple violations. The remaining violations are 94-71-C, outdoor storage, 34-102, inoperable vehicle with expired tag, 94-446-2-E, edging around the entire property, 26-35, repeat violation. This is, the previous case number for the repeat is CE 240-41825, and that was for unpaved parking. And the photos were captured by me on March the 30th of 2026. So I'm requesting $100 a day until the compliance was captured on May 4th of 2026, with the vehicle being parked on the grass. Also, 94-442-C-1, landscape areas must be grass, so sodding all the bare areas throughout the property. 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on April the 8th of 2026. Certified and regular mail was sent on April the 18th of 2026 to the mailing address listed on property appraisers. Certified mail was returned. I revisited the property on May the 4th of 2026 and observed the property still in violation of the violations previously listed. I have spoken to the owner, one of the owners, Kashmar Barnes. He has complied with some of the violations, but not all of them at this time. So the city is requesting an additional 60 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
Go back to my folder.
All right, and is this just one car that's the one with the expired tag, that's the junked vehicle?
No, the one that's on the grass, that's the one that's doing the repeat on. The other two that were in the driveway, around the side, there was two. So the one, I had the picture up close of the tag being expired.
Okay.
So that is still there, so what they would need to do is to show proof that they do have the valid registration now for the car, because it's still parked over there. So I would need to see proof that it is now, has been updated and is current.
All right, what's the repeat violation?
The repeat violations for unpaved parking. So the truck that was parked on the grass, that was also captured previously in the case number. Do you have the 24 case number? It was previously captured for, they were cited for unpaved parking then, so it is a repeat.
But what code section is that?
So it's not on the agenda, but it's on the notice of violation.
Okay, that's where I was confused. So
I'm
what's
sorry,
the
26-35.
No, the parking requirements one.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't seeing it on the agenda. So what's it's 2635?
No, that's for the repeat. The parking would be the, what, 482?
94,482A.
Yeah.
94,482A. Okay, and you were asking for a $100 a day fine starting from when? And I think I heard you say it complied
From
May 4th.
March 30th until May 4th.
So how many, do you know the total number of days that is? No. Okay. So I'll just have the order say that date range at $100 a day.
Okay.
I don't know how the order is prepared, but is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. All right, anything further?
No, ma'am.
And the code case you gave me was a 24 code case?
Yes.
Right, that first two numbers is the year, so that's within the last 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. All right, in case CE 2604-5174, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 9471C, 34102, 94446-2E, 94442C1, and 7434A1H, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 60 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that those violations continue thereafter. I'll also find that the respondent's in repeat violation of section 94482A, and I'll include the city's repeat violation, section 26-35. I'll find that the respondent's in repeat violation from the period from March 30th through May 4th, and I'll assess a $100 a day fine for each of those days stated in that period.
Number 23, 622 McIntosh Street, CE 26035046.
Code Enforcement KB with the City of West Palm Beach. While checking a complaint assigned to me, I observed several violations at 622 McIntosh Street. I took photos of the violations which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on March the 4th of 2026, citing multiple violations. The violations are 18103G, paint, and touching up paint on the structure, areas of the structures that are faded and appear to have algae and dirt. 94-71C, outdoor storage. Remove all outdoor storage, which is a whole lot. 18-105-B, repair and replace rotten decaying wood from the exterior walls, roof, and also on the window. There's a window in the front that has wood, partially wood. 94-446-2-E, edging around the property and the parkway area. 18-106-A, clean and sanitary, removing all trash and debris throughout the property and parkway area, and pressure washing the driveway, walkways, and sidewalks bordering the property. 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view. 94-442-C-1, landscape areas must be grass. 74-4-C-1, hurricane hazard, trimming the trees throughout the property. 78-6-5, address characters need to be clearly visible from the street. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on March the 17th of 2026. Certified and regular mail was sent on April the 2nd of 2026 to the mailing address listed on the property appraisers. Certified mail was signed for. Code Officer Raphael Forrester revisited the property on May the 4th of 2026 and observed the property still in violation of the violations previously listed. I have not spoken to the property owner. The city is requesting an additional 60 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
And that's a single-family house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's a lot going on there, yeah. And the hurricane hazard, the trees are up by the house?
That, and there's just so many you can't even really see. You have to like do this to try to even find the door and everything.
All right, thank you. All right, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 2603-5046, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 18103J, 18106G, 18105J, 9471C, 18105B, 18103B, 94446-2E, 18106A, 7434A1H, 94442C1, 744C1, and 78-6-5, and I'll require respondent to comply with those code sections within 60 days, or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 26, 1645 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, 1200 Jacobs and Davis, PA, CE 26035102.
Good morning, Kishana Watson-Foster, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. 1645 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, Suite 1200, business Jacobs and Davis, PA, was referred to me by the Development Services Department for a delinquent. The unit was cited for 82-144, business tax receipt, being outstanding as of 9/30/2023. I initiated my investigation on March 24, 2026. The city issued a notice of violation, which identified the violation, my contact information, and provide notice of today's hearing. The notice was mailed both by regular and certified mail on March 27, 2026 by the city clerk. The certified mail was received and signed for on April 2nd, 2026. In addition, the notice of violation was hand-delivered to the receptionist who verified the business was still operating and City Hall on March 25th, 2026. I completed an affidavit of posting on that date, which is located in the case file. As of this morning, the business remains out of compliance. At this time, the city is respectfully requesting the business to be granted 15 days to comply. If compliance is not achieved, the fine, one-time fine of $250.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
Bless you. All right. Anything further?
No.
And you said you spoke with the
receptionist.
And they indicated the business is still there?
Yes.
All right. In case CE 26035102, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll note for the record the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include both an affidavit of posting as well as a signed certified mail, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 82144, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 15 days, or I'll assess a one-time fine of $250.
Number 27, 1638 43rd Street, Big Mama's House of Sweet Catering, CE 26035108.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach, 1638 43rd Street. Big Mama's House of Sweets Catering was referred to me by the Development Services Department for a delinquent business tax receipt. The property was cited for 82-11144 business tax receipt being outstanding of 9/30/2025. I initiated my investigation on March 24, 2026. The city issued a notice of violation which identified the violations, my contact information, and provide notice of today's hearing. The notice was mailed by both regular and certified mail on March 31st, 2026 by the city clerk. The certified mail shows that they had left the notice and redelivery needs to be scheduled as of April 9, 2026. In addition, the violation was posted at the property and City Hall on March 25th, 2026, and I completed an affidavit of posting on that date, which is located in the case file. As of this morning, May 6th, business remain out of compliance. At this time, the city is asking for 15 days to comply, if not a one-time fine of $250.
Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And what's your evidence of rental or running the business?
So for this one, because it's a home-based business, if they don't call to close a business, I can't verify much of it because it was in a home.
So they had a BTR previously?
Correct.
Okay.
They applied for it, so that's why it's on there.
Okay, very good. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 2603-5108, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 82-144, and I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 15 days, or I'll assess a one-time fine of $250.
Number 28, 1645 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, 1200, Keep It Clean, Inc., CE 26035094.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach, 1645 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, Suite 1200. Keep It Clean, Inc. was referred to me by the Development Services Department for delinquent business tax receipt. The property was cited for 82-144 business tax receipt being outstanding of 9/30/2024. I initiated my investigation on March 23rd, 2026. The city issued a notice of violation, which identified the violation, my contact information, and provide notice of today's hearing. The notice was mailed both by regular and certified mail on March 27, 2026 by the city clerk. The certified mail still shows that it was left with an individual on April 6, 2026. In addition, the notice of violation was hand-delivered to the receptionist who verified the business was still operating and City Hall on March 25th, 2026, and I completed an affidavit posting on that date, which is located in the case file. As of this morning, the business still remains out of compliance. At this time, the city is respectfully requesting 15 days to comply or a one-time fine of $250.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
Can you show me that second? Yeah, that one. Thank you. Okay, great. All right, in case CE 2603-5094, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include confirmation, USPS confirmation of delivery of the certified mail, as well as the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 82-144. I'll require a respondent to comply within 15 days or assess a one-time fine of $250.
Number 29, 936 44th Street, CE 265092.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. While on routine patrol, the property located at 936 44th Street was cited for several violations that were observed. The outstanding violation includes section 94-482-A, parking requirement. There's a boat parked on unpaved area. 18 18-106-L landscape requirement. There are areas in the frontier that's missing grass. 18-106-B overgrowth on the property. There are areas that are overgrown. I initiated my investigation on March 23rd, 2026. The city issued a notice of violation, which identified violation, my contact information, and provide notice of today's hearing. The notice was mailed by both regular and certified mail on March 31st, 2026 by the city clerk. The certified mail showed that a notice was left and the redelivery was not scheduled as of April 9, 2026. In addition, I posted the violation at the property in City Hall on March 25th, 2026, and I completed an affidavit of posting on that date, which is located in the case file. On May 4, 2026, I revisited the property and found that it remained out of compliance. Photographs were taken during my initial and follow-up visits. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I have observed them. I have not been in contact with the property owner. At this time, the city is respectful, requesting 30 days to comply, if not a fine of $100 per day.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony and evidence.
All right, and I heard you say that 18106B is still outstanding. Is 18106K also, or did that comply?
A comply.
Fine, okay. All right, so all that's out is the parking and the landscape and the excessive growth.
Correct.
Okay. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 26035092, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-482A, 18106L, and 18106B, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 30, 1645 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, 1200 U.S. Hardwood Floors, Inc., CE 26035099.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach, 1645 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, C1200. U.S. Hardware Floors, Inc. was referred to me by the Development Service Department for delinquent business tax receipt. The property was cited for 82-144 business tax receipt, being outstanding as of 9/30/2025. I initiated my investigation on March 24, 2026. The city issued a notice of violation, which identified violations, my contact information, and provide notice of today's hearing. The notice was mailed by both regular and certified mail on March 27, 2026 by the city clerk. The certified mail was received and signed for on April 2, 2026. In addition, the notice of violation was hand-delivered to the receptionist who verified business was still operating the City Hall on March 25, 2026. I completed an affidavit on posting on that date, which is located in the case file. As of this morning, the business remains out of compliance. At this time, the city is respectfully requesting 15 days to comply, if not a one-time fine of $250.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony and evidence.
And what's the evidence of rental? They had one previously?
Yes, they did. It's a virtual office, but the receptionist also verified. So
The receptionist
I verified
verified.
all the business before actually citing them.
Okay, great. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 26035099, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on testimony of the code enforcement officer and the documents in the case file, that the respondent's in violation of section 82-144, and I'll require a respondent to comply within 15 days or assess a one-time fine in the amount of $250.
Number 31, 840 44th Street, CE 26035118.
Kishana Watson, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. While on routine patrol, the property located at 840 44th Street was cited for several violations that were observed, with some gaining compliance. The outstanding sections are 18-106-G, painting exterior. There's discoloration. They need to paint around the door and other areas on the structure. And 7-1, obstruction of right-of-way, vehicle blocking the sidewalk. I initiated my investigation on March 26, 2026. The city issued a notice of violation which identified violation, my contact information, and provide notice of today's hearing. The notice was mailed by both regular and certified mail on March 31st, 2026 by the city clerk. The certified mail shows that the note was left for a delivery schedule and as of April 14, 2026, In addition, I posted notice of violation at the property and City Hall on March 27, 2026, and I completed an affidavit of posting, which is located in the case file. On May 4, 2026, I revisited the property and found that it remains out of compliance. Photographs were taken during my initial and follow-up visits. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations as I observed them. At this time, the city is requesting 30 days to gain compliance, if not a daily fine of $100.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
So only 78-1 and 18-106G are outstanding, everything else complied?
Correct. Everything
Okay.
else complied.
And 30 days is enough time to get those done?
Correct.
Okay. All right, affidavit of posting, so you have good service. Anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 2603-5118, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer, that the respondents are in violation of section 78-1 and 18-106G. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
32, 917 42nd Street, CE 26035-107.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. 917 42nd Street was referred to me by the Development Services for delinquent business tax receipt. The unit was cited for section 22-441, rental license being outstanding, and 22-32-A, certificate of use being expired. I initiated my investigation on March 24, 2026. The city issued a notice of violation which identified violation, my contact information, and provide notice of today's hearing. The notice was mailed by both regular and certified mail on March 31, 2026 by the city clerk. The certified mail showed that it was left with an individual on April 8, 2026. In addition, the notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on March 25, 2026, and I completed an affidavit of posting, which is located in the case file. As of this morning, the business remains out of compliance with both sections. At this time, the city is asking for 15 days to comply, if not a one-time fine for section 22-441 and a daily fine of $100 for section 22-32-A.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right, 60 days or a one-time fine of $250 for 82-141, and then 22-32A was 60 days or what, $100?
15 days.
15 days. And how much fine?
And $100 per day for 22-32-A.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 2603-5107, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. Question on evidence of rental.
They did apply previously, they just didn't renew it.
They just didn't
And
renew.
when I went there, it was occupied.
And you what?
When I went there, it was occupied.
It was occupied by that
Correct.
business? Okay, thank you. I've entered the evidentiary case file, or I will, as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the documents in the file that the respondent's in violation of sections 2232A and 22441. For the violation of 22441, I'll require the respondents to comply within 60 days or face a one-time fine of $250. And for the violation of 2232A, I'll require respondents to comply within 15 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Is that,
To correct that, I think both of them should be 15 days.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard you. I thought you said 60 for the first one. So 22441, correct the record, that's comply within 15 days or a one-time fine of $250.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, number 33, 1900 Echo Lake Drive, CE 260451777, PRN1 Service LLC.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. 1900 Echo Lake Drive was referred to me by the Development Services Department for Delinquent Business Tax Receipt for PRN1 Service LLC, which is cited for Section 82-144, Business Tax Receipt being outstanding of 9/30/2025. I initiated my investigation on April 8, 2026. The city issued a notice of violation, which identified violation, my contact information, and notice of today's hearing. The notice was mailed by both regular and certified mail on April 16, 2025 by the city clerk. The certified mail was received and signed for on April 20th, 2026. In addition, the notice of violation was posted at the property and city on April 9, 2026, and I completed an affidavit of posting on that date, which is located in the case file. As of this morning, the business remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 15 days to comply, if not a one-time fine of $250.
All right, what's the evidence of rental?
So this is not a rental, this is a business taxes or home-based business that they
Oh, it's a
have.
home-based business,
Correct.
so they need a BTR, okay. And the
The
business
Sun
that's
business-
there is the Sun Biz
The Sun Biz is still active and everything.
Okay. So it's that business PRN1 service?
Correct.
Okay, and it's registered at that address?
Correct.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
In case CE 260451777, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include both the signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the documents in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 82-144, and I'll require a respondent to comply within 15 days or a one-time fine of $250 will be assessed.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the regular agenda. Does anybody need a quick break? So everybody's good? All right, so we'll roll right into the next portion. So the other matters section of the agenda, for those of you who have been sitting here, my name is Amity Barnard. I'm the special magistrate for today's hearing. First thing I'm going to do is swear anybody in who's here to testify on any of these items. So if you're here for one of the other matters, if you could stand if you're able and raise your right hand for me, including any city staff that I didn't swear in previously. If you're here for code, stand up and raise your right hands. Is she going to speak, sir? No, okay. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right, thank you. You may be seated. A little bit about process. These appear to be all fine reduction hearings, so you will come to the podium that is down here on your left side. City staff will come to the podium that's on your right. They will give me a brief bit of testimony as it relates to the fines that have accrued on the property, but the burden is yours to tell me why the fine should be reduced in each of these cases. So with that, I'll turn it to the city to call its first case.
First case number 34, 3300 Australian Court, CE 180102226.
And just for the record, it is 12:30, so we can proceed. I didn't state that at the beginning, so thank you.
And this address is also for number 35. We'll call that separately, I imagine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Richard Pazmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Supervisor. The property at 3300 Australian Court has two liened code cases. The first case is CE 18010026. This code case was for a prohibited vehicle, unpaved parking, landscape painting, unsanitary conditions, and junk vehicle. This case was under prior ownership. The case was ordered on February 21st, 2018, with an ordered date to comply by March 23rd, 2018. The fine started running on March 23rd, 2018 at $250 a day for a total of 42 days. The case complied on May 4th, 2018. The current fine in this case is $10,500. This previous case did go to a lien reduction under prior ownership before the sale of the property, and it was reduced to $1,000 made payable within 60 days. It was not paid, so it reverted back. The city would like to reduce the fine in this case from $10,500 to $1,000 payable within 90 days. Me and the current owner spoke about this yesterday, and he agreed to that request at the time.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, are you the owner?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your name, sir?
Anthony Nellums.
Okay, you're in agreement with that reduction?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you'd like me to hear?
About this, no, because I talked to the closing people. They said they're going to pay it because it was before I purchased it. So
Okay.
I talked to them today, so they willing to pay that. That's why I agreed to it.
Okay.
And then there's a second one in this.
Number
Okay.
30, oh, go ahead.
I'll deal with this one, and then we can go to that one. Since there's an agreement on this one, it's pretty easy. Anything further from the city on this case?
Not for that one, no.
All right, in case CE.
Question right quick.
Yeah.
Will I get the information to give them to pay it? How would I receive?
You'll get an order right as you leave here.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, in case CE 180100026, I will grant the mutually agreed reduction. I'll reduce the lien amount from $10,500 down to $1,000 payable within 90 days.
Number 35, 3300 Australian Court, CE 200900347.
Richard Pazmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Supervisor. This is a liened code enforcement case, case CE 200900347. Code case was initiated under the current owner, Anthony Neloms. The case was for roof repair, code section 18103B. This case was ordered on January 20th, 2021, with the ordered complied by date of March 21st, 2021. The fine started running on March 22nd, 2021 at $100 a day. The fine ran for 46 days total for a total fine of $4,600. The case did comply on May 7th, 2021. With this case, the city did not come into a prior agreement, so the city's recommending a reduction of 25%. So the city's asking for the fine to be reduced to $1,150.
All right, your name again, sir?
Anthony Nellums.
All right, so you've heard what the city is saying. They're not objecting to a reduction, but they're only willing to reduce it to $1,150. Why should the fine be reduced?
Because at the time, when the company was trying to do my roof, I was trying to get the funds, and they was told me I had to take the tarp off, and I took the tarp off, and I didn't know I supposed to report it, and I built up these fines, and when I got the money, I got the roof fixed, so that's a lot of money. And I was just, I just was trying to seek it to get it reduced lower than that because it's hard trying to pay something that I couldn't afford to have did at the time, and I didn't know. So I'm just trying to, throw mercy to, a little grace because it's financial restraint. I couldn't. It cost me over $27,000 just to do the roof, and I'm still paying for it now.
Okay. How many other cases has he had under his ownership?
Under his ownership, he had, besides this lien case, he had one additional case that was complied immediately for parking on the swale.
All right, and this roof wasn't health, safety, welfare or anything?
What's that?
The roof case wasn't health, safety, welfare, or life safety?
No, it was not found in violation either. It was complied within the time.
The other case you're talking about?
The second case, yeah.
Yeah, but the lien case?
This
the
lien
roof?
case was just for roof repair, I guess, as a result of the blue tarp that was on his property.
And what you're saying is you just didn't call once you took the tarp off?
I didn't know. Like I explained when I came down, I didn't know when they gave me the letter, I took it off. I had called the company, they took it off within a day or so. I didn't know I supposed to came and notified that I took it off. That's the reason the fines kept going. I was unaware of, I had to actually come and, just like when he told me to pressure wash my driveway and roof, I did it. I didn't know I had to.
Do you have proof here with you today of when you complied?
No, I can get the receipts. I had the roof redid. I had to have it because it was leaking.
Right.
So I don't have the proof that, but I did do it.
So the compliance in this case is linked to a roofing permit, and when it passed final inspection, that's the date set as compliance.
Okay. So taking the tarp off didn't comply the case. Completing the repair work to the roof complied the case?
Yeah, getting the roof repair permitted was what complied it.
All right. All right, anything else you want me to hear, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a number in mind that you want the lien reduced to?
I don't know. Whatever it could be, 1,000. That's a lot. I'm still trying to pay and everything, and even with this, I paid twice for a lien reduction. One time, I didn't know I supposed to have it did at that time, and I paid the $200, and then didn't know. I was unaware. So this is actually the second time. So even with that, if I can get credit for when I paid it, I think the first time I paid the $200 to come here years ago, about a year and a half, 2 years ago. I can't recall. And then I just did it again a couple months ago, and it just it's rough. If whatever y'all could try to do for because I just, like I said, I was unaware that I had to notify you guys that I took the tarp off.
All right. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 2009037, I'm going to reduce the previous lien amount from $4,600, having considered the number of other cases against this respondent on this property and the severity of the violations. I'm going to reduce that down from $4,600 down to $700, payable within, I'll give you the same 90 days as your prior case. All right, so she'll give you copies of the orders, I think, before you leave.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next cases, numbers 36 and 39 are both for 915 5th Street. 36, CE 190300026.
Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Supervisor.
Rudolph Josie.
Hold on just one second, sir.
Yep.
Go ahead, Mr. Pasmino.
Okay. So the first one is, let me see. Which one was popped up first on the agenda? I'm sorry.
30, the 19 case, the CE 1903.
36, okay. So case number CE 190300026 was cited under current ownership, Mr. Joe Zile. The property was cited for fence repair, unpaved parking, garbage can placement, inoperative vehicle, sod on the property and in the parkway. The case was ordered on April 3rd, 2019. It was ordered to comply by April 18th, 2019, and the fine started running on April 19th, 2019. The case ran at $100 a day for 851 days. And the fine is at $85,100. This case did comply on August 17th, 2021. We have not reached a prior agreement, so the city is recommending that the fine of $85,100 is reduced to 25%, which would be $21,275.
All right, what's your name, sir?
Rudolph Josil.
Okay, so why should the fine in this case be reduced?
I was comply almost immediately with what I could, but at that time, they did not give a credit. And for the vehicle, it wasn't my vehicle. That was somebody random just come and park the vehicle. I did not know who the owner is. It took me a while to find the owner, but after they find the owner, they still did not remove that in the record.
Okay, do you live at this house or do you rent this?
That's right. I don't live there.
You do not live there?
No.
Okay. So was it one of your tenants' vehicles?
No.
Okay. All right, how many other cases does this respondent have against this property?
Under his ownership, which he bought the property July 13th, 2016. There is just one, I'm sorry. So there was a chronic nuisance case that got closed out after he took ownership of the property. And then there's 2 sanitation violations that were resolved immediately. So after his lien case, the one we're talking about now, there was 1 sanitation violation.
All right, let me ask the city to call 39 into the record as well. Let me hear what everybody's position is on that one as well.
Number 39, 915 5th Street, CE 120200193.
Case number CE 120200193 was a building department case for construction of an addition that required permitting. It was under the previous ownership. This case had an order date of 6/6/2012. It was ordered to comply by 7/9/2012, and the fine started running on 7/9/2012. It ran for a total of 4,008 days at $100 a day. It complied on June 30th, 2023 by means of a past inspection on a permit. The total fine amount is $400,800. We did not come into a previous agreement, but it being previous ownership that caused the violation and the current owner who corrected the violation, the city is willing to reduce that to 10%, so $40,080.
All right, so the first one, let's stick with the first one. So you are the owner of the property and you've had a couple of cases. So why should the fine be reduced? I know you said you didn't know whose car it was, but that's not really the city's problem, is it?
Whenever the city has post a violation or tell me about something, I immediately do the best I could to solve it. And at that time, the area was a drugs area, and people come in and just park anywhere they could. Seemed like that vehicle have taken me a long time to find out. And the owner of the vehicle was parking it there, but at the same time, I think they were arrested. And then there was a shooting in front of that house at that time. There was a couple bullet in front of the house, which the picture maybe not here yet, and they were breaking one of my window, and it took me a while to find that was the owner of that car that was parking it and that was fighting with the police. I asked them, it took me a long time to know what to do with that process. That's why the car was there. But as far as the fence, I was fixing the fence right away, because every time I fix it, people broke in it and try to get inside of the property. So I realized fixing this is not going to be taking care of that. I replaced the whole fence to solve the problem. It cost me a lot of effort and money. I think the city should have mercy and help me out with that, because that was a jug house before. It was an abandoned property, and I come in and clean it out.
So did you actually rehab the house?
Yes, I come in and clean it out, fixing it, and put it back in the tax roll, and I pay my tax every year. I think the city should have mercy and help out on those.
Well, they're willing to reduce it, but their number is $21,275 for this case. So what is your estimation? What should the fine be reduced to in this first case?
Say that again?
The city is recommending that I reduce it to $21,275. So that's 75% reduction. What do you think it should be reduced?
That's still a lot. Can they reduce it to 1,000?
I'll let the city respond.
The city stands firm on the 25%.
Yeah, the trouble is it took you 851 days to comply the property.
There was complying. It took the city 125 days to update it. What happened is the agent, there was an agent that was there that was working with me before that. And I forget her name, I think her name was Hillary, something like that. That was her last name. But after I thought everything was done, is a few years after she gone, and I found out what I agree, what I was fixing, never recorded. So I have to go and do process with the city to have it inspected and recorded.
Right. But the city doesn't drive around and check for compliance. You have to call the city when you're in compliance and request an inspection. So do you have proof that you did that and when you did that?
I thought when they send the inspector come in and sign. I did not know I have to call the city to tell them the inspector coming, because the inspector was coming from the city. I thought that was taking care of that. But there was signing and never been recorded. I don't know the whole process on how that worked with the city.
So do you have anything with you that tells me when you complied?
I did not bring that, exactly that, because I did not know if I have to prove that. I thought the city got the proof that one.
No, this is your hearing, sir. You requested this hearing, so you have to prove to me why the fine should be reduced.
Okay, but
So
I did not bring the permit satisfaction or the violation satisfaction. I did not bring that with me.
So for this, there is a note in the case from the previous code officer, Cassandra St. Hilaire, that it was ordered and the fine started running on April 19th, 2019. There's a note from May 10th, 2019 about a fax that Mr. Josiah sent, saying that he was under the impression, it says, received a fax from Mr. Josiah. I contacted him. He was under the impression that the property was complied on April 18th. I told him that wasn't the case, and when I inspected the property on the 20th of April, violations still exist. He said he's going to the property and make sure it's still in compliance. There's no note about a request for reinspection after he visited the property. Then the case actually was complied after his first lien reduction application.
But that's
when compliance was noted, in 2021.
All right, let's talk about the other case, because that's a pretty significant lien. So what's your position there?
That lien is actually, the city said they did not have a plan I think, for the property when they was building. But for me, it's like surprised me, because when I come in, I find utility already in the house. There was 3 meters, electric meters, and there was also a special meters, water meter for the addition. I don't know, is the city ever issue permit for property that did not have a plan in advance? It take me a lot, and they make me go through a lot. I have to go pay impact fee for a property that was already back, about $9,600, and then I have to pay somebody to do the plan for me for another $7,200. So it take me a lot of money and effort to fix something that I did not do. It seemed like to me, maybe there was a plan before, but they were lost it, and they make me go through that. I think that they should reduce that to me, have mercy on me, because that wasn't my fault. I did not do that. I corrected, and I spent a lot of money doing that.
How did you buy this house?
I bought it at this tax deed auction.
So that's the
Yeah,
problem. So
but
you bought
that-
it buyer beware with any liens that are recorded
But
against
the
it.
plan wasn't sure up, and the plan lien for the plan did not show up on the little research that I did, because it was on the other owner. It took us a long time to find out that was a plan they were looking for, you know?
I'm not following the plan. Were you aware that there was a lien on the property when you bought it?
I see that was small lien for the vehicle, but I thought that and couple of the thing, debris that was in there. But when I get in there, when I bought it, I got in there right away and fixed those. But I did not know to the plan to, when I have to go deeper, that's when I find out there was a more lien.
How much did you pay for the property?
At that time, I think around $52,000.
Okay. How much money did you put into the property to rehabilitate it?
I think another $97,000 to $98,000 to fix it, and also to fix the lien for the plan. It cost me a little bit over $25,000.
Okay. Does the city have anything else it wants to tell me?
No, just the permit history shows he pulled like 4 permits that allowed the conversion, like to permit it.
To rehab it?
Yeah, to rehab it.
Okay. So the city doesn't dispute that? You're in agreement that it started, I think your testimony was it started as a chronic nuisance
Yeah,
property, and then
he inherited it as a chronic nuisance property.
Okay. All right. All right, so the difficulty from my chair this morning is you I don't know if you did you do title work when you bought it?
I did a quick search. It doesn't reveal the whole thing.
But so you didn't hire a title company?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to interject. Erica Tenori, legal assistant. I believe that the other lien may be barred or foreclosed, and that's why, because there was a certificate of title before he got the property.
The second lien?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a valid lien.
The second lien is not sure about
The earlier lien.
The 2012 case, the big one?
We were named in the foreclosure. Yeah.
So what's the city's position there?
I would request that we continue that matter so we can research the foreclosure and its potential impact on the lien.
All right, so what the city is saying is that they're not sure on item 39, the big lien. They're saying that there was a foreclosure that the city was named in. They would like to look into that because you may be entitled to really significant relief or no lien at all. So are you in agreement to continue this to the next hearing? Are you trying to sell the house or something right now?
As soon that they can help me out. No, I'm not selling it right now. But
Okay.
as long as can help me out, because paying for something that I did not do is already hard.
I think that might benefit you more. So if you're okay time-wise, I think it probably is beneficial to have the city look into that and make sure that the lien doesn't totally go away. That benefits you more. So what's the next hearing date that he could be placed on?
Goodness, I don't have it in front of me. Oh, wait, actually I do.
Sorry to put you on the spot. May 20th?
Yes, May 20th.
All right, can you come back on May 20th?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. So let me I'll deal with case 39 then right now. I'll just strictly continue that. So case CE 12020193, I'll continue that fine mitigation hearing and the city will put you on the agenda for May 20th, okay? So come back and they'll have more information and hopefully that works out in your favor.
All right.
So let's go back to 36. So do you have a number? You said 1,000. I don't think that's a reasonable number, given the number of violations there. Do you have anything else you would like to counter before I make my ruling?
I think 1,000 before, but the city can maybe.
So the city is telling me they're standing firm at their 21,000. So I got a pretty big divide between 21,000 and 1,000.
Okay.
And you didn't bring the proof with you today to show me when you complied.
They know, the city know when I comply because I have to call when I'm finished for them to inspect it, and I do that every time I finish.
Well, the code enforcement supervisor testified to the notes they have in the system, and that you were told that you were not in compliance, and there's no further notes about having a reinspection. So I'm going to reduce it. I'm not going to give the city their number, but I'm also not going to reduce it down to what you're asking. So is there a more reasonable number, or you want me to just rule?
I'll let you go.
Okay. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right. In case CE 19030026, having considered the number of other code cases against the property, which I hear is 3, under this current owner, and considering the number of violations and the severity of the violations on the property and the length of time that they went on the property, I'm going to reduce the lien from $85,100 down to $7,000 payable within 90 days. Can you pay that in 90 days?
I have to borrow the money to do that right now. I don't have it 90 days. I think I have to.
How much does the city want? Is the city amenable to giving him 6 months?
There's no argument against that.
No argument. All right, I'm going to give you 180 days to pay, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, and make sure you get in touch with the city on the May 20th. She'll give you an order on this case, but make sure you follow up with the city for the May 20th continuance, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Good luck, sir. Thank you.
No, I'll be in contact with you on that one. Thank you. Thanks. Number 37, 732 Tuscaloosa Street, CE 25023386.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Kevin Levine, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement Supervisor. Case number CE 25023386, 732 Tuscaloosa was originally cited for unsanitary conditions and landscape maintenance. Date ordered 4/2/2025 to comply by 6/1/2025. Fine started 6/2/2025 for $100 a day. Date came into compliance 10/14/2025 for a total number of $13,400 in liens. I spoke to the respondent on Monday, and we agreed to a 25% reduction, which brings the fine down to $3,350.
Payable within how many days?
Beg your pardon?
How many days to pay?
I would say 60.
Okay. All right, your names?
Abel.
And your name, ma'am?
Sylvia, I'm just translating.
All right, the city is telling me that you're in agreement to reduce the lien down to $3,350. Is that correct?
Yes, but we have a couple concerns. Dile que cuando tratamos de checar el oficial, o sea, hablamos y contestamos y nunca contestó.
I mean, what I hear Mr. Abel is trying to say that every time we try to get into contact with the code enforcement officers,
Mhm.
I mean, we were just having problems getting in contact with them. So I don't know, we would like to be at least reduce a little more. I don't know if that's an option right there.
Well, if there's not agreement, then I'll hear from you why the fine should be reduced. Was this violation under their ownership?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that's the only one under their ownership.
The only one. So you're saying you had difficulty contacting code to get inspections, or for what? Why are you trying to contact code?
I mean, because, well, since it's his first time having a house here in Florida, it's it was a little misunderstood of the codes that they had here in the city. So he was not really aware of, in that time, all these codes and, you know, what were the regulations. That's what we're trying to say. I mean, we were just trying to, you know, we didn't really have a little information on all of that. So that's why maybe these things happen. But, you know, I mean, we're trying to, you know, comply with everything. You know, we have been already taking care of all the, you know, violations that were already, you know, been inspected and, you know, taken care of, and everything's been, you know, passed, you know, because he has checked in the application, I think, or
Does he live at the property?
Yes.
But sometimes I work out of town, so sometimes I'm not there. That's why the rate.
But you don't rent it. You live there.
Yeah, I
It's
live
your
there,
homestead
Yes,
property.
it's
Okay.
his property.
Okay. All right, I'll ask the city if they have any further response.
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, does he have a number that he thinks the fine should be reduced to?
¿Qué número qué? He's asking for 1,000.
Okay. And Mr. Levine, you said there's only one other code case?
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to this one, or just this one?
No, there's under this ownership.
Only
there's
this one,
Only
okay.
this violation.
Okay. And these are just standard violations, right? No health, safety, welfare, just standard?
Just standard, yes.
All right. All right. Anything else?
Preguntas. ¿Seguro? No, that's fine.
All right. I'm going to reduce it down to the number you said. If you're first time living in the city and understanding the rules, the severity of the violations are not significant. You only have this one code case. With all due respect, if I see you in code enforcement again, I will not be as lenient in the future. The city is not going to like my reduction further beyond their 25%, but in case CE 2502-3386, I'll reduce the current lien amount from $13,400 down to $1,000. Can you pay that in 60 days?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, payable within 60 days, and she'll give you an order that reflects that, okay?
Could he pay it today?
Yes.
Yes, the city is saying yes.
The instructions are on the bottom.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Numbers 38 and 40 for 1221 Andrews Roads. Number 38, CEBLD 23090438.
Good afternoon, John Cleary on behalf of Tuxedo Avenue LLC.
What was your last name? I'm sorry?
Cleary, C-L-E-A-R-Y.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kevin Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code. For case number CEBLD 23090438, This property was cited for failure to obtain a building permit, and inspections required. Date order was 12/4/2024 to comply by 2/3/2025. Fine started on 2/3/2025 for $100 a day. Date this property came into compliance was 11/14/2025. Total number of days out of compliance, 284 days, for a total of $28,400. I spoke to the attorney representing the property here today and offered a 25% reduction. I even offered a 15% reduction, and we couldn't come to an agreement. So the city is requesting the standard 25% reduction. I have an email here from the building official that I can show to the attorney representing this property. And this case, as well as the other case that's coming before you, is as a result of a case that was issued back in 2012 for work being done without a permit. And what is problematic to the building department is that it took over 10 years for this property to come into total compliance. And we have photographs here showing that the property was actually rented to a contractor who is aware that they need to pull permits whenever they're doing work in the city of West Palm Beach.
Objection.
No objection to me looking at those documents?
None.
Okay. And what, Mr. Levine, what's the 25% number?
25% on this would be $7,100.
All right. Is there, would the parties like to hear the other one read or deal with these separately?
Deal with these separately, please.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, sir. I've heard from the city. Now it's your turn.
John Cleary on behalf of Willems Construction. Willems Construction is the owner of Tuxedo Avenue LLC. Willems Construction is the owner occupier of this property. And in the year 2020, when these violations occurred, James Willems, who is currently in the hospital with pneumonia, who can't be here, was the owner of the company. At that point, he suffered a brain injury that rendered him incapable. His management of Willems Construction and Tuxedo LLC at that point attempted a coup of his company while he was sick and vulnerable to overcome his company and steal his company out from under him. During that time when he was battling his brain injury and trying to regain his company, all of his records were stolen, all of his cases were locked out, and his software was stolen. And so this was also occurring during COVID. And so what made that more problematic is that he was not even aware of this original violation, and then it was COVID, and then at that point trying to get any information from the city when the city was on a skeletal staff for COVID made it that much more difficult. So in 2022 and 2023, when he started working on this, at that point he would call up the building department, they would say, you have to speak to plumbing. He would call plumbing, they'd say, you have to speak to electrical. And electrical would say, no, you have to speak to Richard Gathwaite. And it wasn't until I got involved that I would actually sit down with Richard Gathwaite 3 times. And I would say, what do we need to do? Because I don't know, and every time I call up, I'm getting from building to zoning to electrical to plumbing, back to building. And Mr. Vega was a great help, but at that point, he could not even tell us where to go for all that stuff. So at that point, I directed Willems, because at that point he regained his health, kicked the people out that were trying to steal his company. He got better. I directed him to do whatever it took to get these resolved. And even then, with me calling that much, it took this much time just to figure out which particular agencies to go to. And then we couldn't even close it out because then we got the different awning permit violation. So then we had to have somebody draw the awning permit, submit that permit, get the permit done, wait for the permit process to get that done. And then once that was done, then we could finally comply, but then they wouldn't comply because we couldn't get a lien reduction hearing because they said that there were still other areas that weren't inspected. So then we finally got done with everything and got all the inspections done recently to have this all done, which was a bureaucratic nightmare. And I will proffer the testimony of the first in command, Amadou Dial, that will say that Williams Construction spent $190,000 to get this into compliance. And I would like to swear him and have him testify to that process.
Okay. You weren't here when I swore everybody in?
No, he was
Okay.
not. He was in the bathroom.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. And I just want to make sure, ma'am, are you related? Are you with them, or are you?
She's,
okay.
She's the wife of James Williams, who owns the company.
We've been married 54 years. He's
That's
in the
fine.
hospital.
I just wanted to make sure you. Sometimes I get tenants or something that's unrelated. Somebody standing up wants to speak, so I just want to make sure you're all on the same team. So go ahead, sir.
State your full name, please.
Amadou Dial,
And what is your position at Williams Construction?
Director of Operations.
How are you familiar with this particular case?
I started taking care of this in 2021 when I first knew why Mr. William wasn't available. I tried to do my best. Back then I was just a project manager. I volunteered to help and through the permit process because I was familiar with the city system. However, it was just like bouncing from one item to another. And for example, here I have a permit that was actually issued back in 2024, but 1 year later, 2025, the inspector comes and says, you got to take the dust collector that we work so hard to get in compliance. In the meantime, anything that the inspector come and visit and ask us to do, we keep spending the money to comply, and then there was no coordination between the inspection that come on site and give us a okay versus the reviewer. So what we will have, the permit reviewer will be in a completely different zone related to the inspector. So what we keep spinning our wheel basically, trying to complain, spending money, whatever it takes. Basically what he said was we were directed to do whatever it takes to comply. However, everything we got, I even have the building fire marshal come, say, tell us what we need to make this building comply.
Because even when we were complied, then we were told we can't comply unless there's an additional fire inspection.
Right.
The fire inspection, and then the fire inspection say, I'm okay, now you can go ahead, now you're in compliance, but it doesn't get reverted back to the building official.
What was the ultimate solution for the dust collector?
Well, they asked us to remove it after we went all through battle to get compliant. We even have a permit.
Okay, so how long did you spend trying to come into compliance with the dust collector?
Oh, 3 years.
And what was the ultimate solution?
Remove it.
And how much did that cost Williams Construction?
Oh my God, yeah. The whole everything is 190, but for a dust collector, we probably spend another 30, 40 grand.
And was that based on the frustration of not being able to get it into compliance any other way?
Yes.
Okay, and all this time were we in communication with the city? You have to answer out yes or loud.
Right.
Eleanor, slow down. Eleanor, you're not sworn in, you can't talk.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's a whole time, we're trying to comply, and they say, do this, and we do it, and then somebody come out of a different department say no.
Okay, how many different departments did you have to deal with to try to get this property into compliance over these 4 years?
The building, the zoning, the code enforcement, the fire department.
And then within there, the electrical department?
Oh yeah, no, the building have the electrical, the plumbing, and the HVAC.
Okay.
The first inspector I dealt with, God bless his soul, is Harold for a dust collector. He gave me item that, okay, you guys do this and you'll be fine. At one point, they was asking for a fire sprinkler. We found out from the code the building was too small. What we were doing for woodwork was too small. It was less than 2,500. Didn't require a fire system. And finally, it was actually confirmed by Mr. Leduc, say, okay, you don't need it. You're fine with that. But yet, I couldn't just get the sign off.
Okay.
And then also another thing that I think it was after COVID, most of the people that we were trying to, the reviewer were working from home, and it was just impossible to get them. I would track them down for 2-3 weeks, wouldn't even get a phone call or email response.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But wait a minute, in 2024, people were working from home? Why?
We don't know. We still have, I came to see people, they say they're not here. I have CD, because by the way, I was one of the people that built this building from a previous contractor. So I know
How
a lot
many,
of
you have to
people.
say, he was
Yeah.
talking about people from West Palm Beach.
From
City of
West Palm Beach, City of West Palm Beach.
He said that he was
Yeah.
trying to contact people,
Yeah.
and he was told they were working from home, or they're not working there anymore. I think it's the latter.
That's, yeah.
Special Magistrate, just so you know, building inspectors were not working from home during COVID. Most of the time, the building inspectors would go directly to the field. They had that ability then.
Well, this is a 2020, I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. The fine started running in 2024, correct? So
Yes,
4
ma'am.
years after COVID. So COVID is not an issue.
No, COVID is not an issue.
Okay. Nobody was working from home in 2024.
Not the building inspectors.
Not only the inspector, the reviewer, because the inspector, when they say, okay, I'm fine, you could go, you're fine now. But the reviewer put some kind and hold the permit, and we're going back and forth between the reviewer, and then there was no communication between the building review and the inspection.
Okay.
So
All right.
and then we are in a limbo. We're trying to place.
All right. Go ahead with any other questions you have for him.
No, at that point, I offer all that not to show that it was a complete defense to this. What I'm asking is to show the mitigating and extenuating circumstances for this and why it was delayed the way that it was. I offered the city 10%, and I thought we would come to a deal on 10% because I thought that reflected our efforts and the amount of money we put into this as owner-occupiers, and the city rejected that. We are offering 10% of the total amount of lien as what we believe is a good faith effort based upon our efforts.
Okay. Does the city have any response?
The response that I would use for this is that I went to the chief building, the building official yesterday, and he said based on what took place beginning back in 2012, he wouldn't go with a 10% reduction. So it's left at the special magistrate's discretion.
My favorite.
Yes, ma'am.
No, and I said, can I speak to the building inspector so I can tell him
Stop.
all of these circumstances?
You didn't do that. You didn't do that. When I spoke to you, you didn't say anything about speaking to the building official. Please, don't do that.
I called.
Let me ask this. When did your client buy the property? How long have you owned the property?
It's right there on that
That's-
sheet I gave you.
I think they bought the property for,
Was it in 2000? I read it. We bought the property in 2002
Okay.
for $270,000.
$270,000.
All right. All right. Anything further?
Nothing.
Anything further, Mr. Levine?
No, ma'am, but since ownership in 2002, there has been 3 building cases on this property.
All right. In case CEBLD 23090438, having heard from both sides and noting the type of violation and how long it's been going on, I'm going to reduce this. I'm going to reduce it down to $4,000. How long do you need to pay that? 90 days?
Pay that within 30 days, please.
30 days. So $4,000 payable within 30 days.
Okay, and the number 40, same address, 1221 Andrews Road, CE 200500023.
Kevin Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code Supervisor. In case number CE 200500023, there are 2 orders on this case for you have plans required, also failure to secure a building permit. On this one, date ordered 10/21/2020 to comply by 11/20/2020. Fine started on 11/21/2020 for $50 a day. Total number of days out of compliance is 1,740 days for a total of $87,000 in fines. And for building code, 109.4, work commencing without a permit. Again, date ordered 10/21/2020 to comply by 1/19/2021. Fine started on 1/20/2021 for $50 a day. Fines ran for 1,680 days for a total of $84,000. They both came into compliance on 8/27/2025. So the total fine for these two violations total $171,000 even,
And what's the city's position?
25%,
Which is?
$42,750.
Your turn, sir.
At the risk of being redundant, this is the case that I would think I was arguing when I said that was during COVID. That was when the company was stolen from James Willems. That's when he got it back. That's when all the efforts took place. And I would only rely upon our mitigation, which was to spend $190,000 to come into compliance, ultimately removing the entire permit process away from it by just taking out everything. And so I'm asking the court to consider a 10% lien based upon our efforts to come into compliance the hardest way we possibly could.
Okay. And is this the same permit? I mean, is this the same equipment at issue?
Yes.
Okay, so you were back in code in 2024 for the same thing?
And that's how the 24 case started, the inspection on this.
Okay, does the city have a response?
Special Magistrate, they would use FBC 105.1 in any one of, whether it's be electrical, mechanical, or building, because you didn't pull a permit. They would specify if under electrical, whether it's the air ducts, under mechanical, if it's the AC, under building, if you're putting up a window without a permit, or re-roofing. So, I mean, we see the same codes, but it may be different violations for work being done without a permit, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And according to what I have here, one was for a canopy, one was for electrical and mechanical and plumbing work being done without permits.
All right, so that's different than the duster.
Yes. The dust collector was back in 2012.
Any response?
Every time we asked about what the permits were for, we were told it was for the dust collector.
Okay.
And so, if I could have
Yeah,
Mr. Dial.
Also, I think it's important to clarify the work without permit. It wasn't like reckless. We did attempt to have permits. Okay.
But explain that specifically. You can't just say
specifically
that.
say, yeah, well, you apply for a permit and then you're waiting for comment. They do some comment and they contradict their own comment. They issue a permit for a dust collector and then they come back later and say remove it. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but what about the other permits he's talking about afterwards for the bathroom?
Same thing. We had a permit for. You can go on the record. We have permit. We asked for a permit for a canopy. It was awnings. It was awning to shade, give a little bit shade for a worker on the front of the building. We applied for that. So, and then they will ask you something like.
But that permit was stalled. Do you remember why it was stalled?
Yeah, same, old issue.
Because it was stalled, and then we were in code enforcement while it was stalled.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then while it was finally granted,
exactly,
they did not toll the time it took for the liens to happen.
Right.
The liens just kept ticking while the permit was waiting.
Exactly.
And then as soon as the permit was cleared, how long did it take you to get the permit, to get the awning drawn and submitted and perfect?
Oh, almost like 30 days after that.
Okay.
30 days. Within 30 days we would do it because there was not much for the right. American awnings that was a subcontractor. And is very familiar with the system. Okay. And even after compliance, right now the records show we were compliant in 8/27, but all this was taken down in May, or even a year ago. So even after we comply, it took another 6 months before it's recorded, because I heard him talking about August of 2025. We comply over a year ago. So there's a transmission of information and all those. And then we're talking about the inspector. I go at the highest one. We call the one that actually in charge. I have Mr. Leduc for the fire. I have everybody came. And I don't know, for some reason, they don't record. The mistake we made is when we didn't ask for a paper because they go back to their truck and enter the compliance without what we thought that they were going to do. And apparently it didn't happen. Finally, in August, the thing when I wrote an email to the building department, a rather strong email, that's when they come and say, okay, it's finished now, you'll comply.
Okay.
So in the 1,600 day, there's another
Oh,
180 day, yeah.
Okay. I tell you all this as a means to show our efforts to mitigate and the extenuating circumstances. And once again, we are asking for 10%, which would reflect that.
And I hear that, and I just want you all to know that I hear a lot of cases for the city. I don't hear the level of back and forth, the trouble with the back and forth with departments. I don't hear that. So I just caution you that if I see you again, I'm very good with faces. And if I see more cases with doing work without permits, I'm going to figure out that there's a trend going on here. But what I've heard today, I'm going to reduce the fine significantly more than the city is wanting, and a little bit more than you're asking, but not by much. But I am good with faces, and I will remember you if I see you again. That. So I hope that there's not a pattern of behavior here, but if there is, just be aware that, as I told the last person, I may not be as lenient in the future. With that, anything further from you guys?
Nothing.
Anything further from the city? No. All right, with that, in case CE 20050023, I'm going to reduce the lien from $171,000 down to $25,000. How much time do you need to pay that?
30 days, please.
All right, payable within 30 days. I hope that is equitable to all of you. And
60, apparently.
60.
I'll make that 60 days, if you can scratch that out on the order. $25,000 payable within 60 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and lastly, is someone here? Oh, no. Is someone here for the last one?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Number 41, 1830 Embassy Drive, 609, CEBLD 241-00658.
Good afternoon, Code Enforcement Supervisor Richard Pazmino. I want to thank Mr. Keene for being patient. He did sign in as the second one, but here we are. This case was CEBLD 241-00658 is a building case. For 105.1, failure to secure building permits, and 110.3, required inspections for a lot of renovations. That's what's noted in the case description. The date ordered in the case was March 5th, 2025. Ordered to comply by August 2nd, 2025. The fine started running on August 3rd, 2025, and it ran at $50 a day for a total of 78 days. The case did comply on October 20th, 2025 by means of permit, and the current fines in this case is $3,900. The city does have a prior agreement for reduction with Mr. Ellen Keene, who's here today. He's the contractor and the applicant for the lien reduction. The city is asking to reduce the lien from $3,900 to $585 and payable within 30 days.
All right, your name, sir?
Alan Keene.
All right, again, thank you for your patience. I would advise you not to buy a lottery ticket today either. I would wait till tomorrow.
I was going to say good morning, but it's good afternoon. I'm about to say good evening. No, sorry about that.
You're in agreement with what Mr. Pazmino said?
Yes.
All right, you're in agreement with $585 and you can pay that within 30 days?
Yep.
All right, anything else you'd like me to hear?
Not really.
All right, in case CEBLD 241-00658, I will reduce the current lien amount from $3,900 down to $585, payable within 30 days. And she'll give you a copy of that right now.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'll adjourn this hearing at 1:30.